Good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, February 19th, 2025, 11 p.m. Lately, I've been playing at 10 p.m. Today, just out of habit, I scheduled this for 11 p.m. You guys should let me know what times work best for you. I was thinking about even changing the Sunday afternoon streams. I can't get, I don't have too much room to play around with the times, but if 11 works better than 10, then we'll do 11 p.m. at night. Can't go earlier than 10, but I could go later than 10. All right, what are we doing today? Today we're playing a brand new game by a British company called Sherlock Investigates. The name of this is Sherlock Investigates: The Tale of the Disappearing Beauty. Little independent company, like many of the companies that produce these mystery cold case games. It's sort of just a startup of probably one person, one or husband and wife, I'm not sure, but probably a small group selling this game directly. I ordered it from England. They've just begun shipping all around the world. I think it cost about £30, $30, 30 euros, somewhere in there, plus shipping. If you're in the UK, that means you could get this for $30, £30. I had to pay quite a bit more to get it shipped here. The reason that I'm able to buy these games without worrying about the cost so much is because of the Patreon supporters of the channel like you. So thank you for that. Thank you for making it possible to bring this game to the channel so that we can give it an honest look without feeling obligated or guilty about worrying about review copies, etc. All right, let's catch up on a couple other things before we get started. Let me just check in with the chat, make sure I am actually live. Everyone can hear me. So yesterday I put up my review of Masters of Crime Shadows, which was really a great experience. That makes 2 out of 2 very good games in that Masters of Crime series. And we've got 2 more waiting to be played and 1 more coming, which someone told me on the Discord, the one that's due out, that's not yet released, called Mosquito. I've been told it might be the best one. So that's an exciting idea. I also posted a review of a game we played a while ago called Lifeforms Breakout by Dispatch, which was a game that did not go over so well. I posted a longer review of that talking about what went wrong and why you might still like it. And then in the coming days, you'll see reviews for Until Proven Guilty, the legal game, and Lost in Adventure, the Labyrinth, the sort of adventure-y game, and Ghosts of Brandonsbury. All of them are behind me there. Lastly, we have started playing a new case of Dear Holmes. We'll be continuing that on Sunday. The only unresolved issue is that Gen Con, which is the big board gaming convention that I go to with my friends here in Indianapolis, the hotel lottery is on Sunday. And the way that works, if you don't know, is that there's very few spots available in hotels for if you want to stay connected to the convention. And so my whole friend group here, gaming group, we all have access to the lottery, and we get dealt a random time from Gen Con. So it's conceivable if I have the early time that I'll have to log on and reserve our room around when we would normally be streaming, maybe noon, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., etc. If that turns out to be the case, I'll know about it on Saturday, and I will schedule that live stream for a couple hours later. Anything else to talk about? Jonathan and I have been continuing our second campaign through the Seventh Citadel, and on Monday we played another scenario which was really good. And Seventh Citadel continues to have a real charm. I can't wait to play it more. All right, so last bit of bookkeeping to take care of before we get started today is that we are going to, in the coming week or two, do a little sci-fi marathon. It's been building up. I'm not the biggest sci-fi person in terms of games, and there aren't that many mystery games set in the sci-fi type world, but we're going to do our best to dig up some and play them over the next couple of weeks. It looks like Murder on the Moon, that game right there, is going to be the focal point, but then we'll play some smaller sci-fi mystery games around them. If you know of any good sci-fi mystery games that you want to recommend, you might stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link on this YouTube page, and there's a thread there about the sci-fi mini marathon. If that's your thing, I hope you can join us for one or two of those. I'll try to schedule those with several days' notice rather than at the last minute, at least the main ones. Maybe we'll play some last-minute small games. Has anyone already played Sherlock Investigates, The Tale of the Disappearing Beauty? I know we have some people in the channel from the UK, and we've got a couple people in the channel who seem to have played everything. I wonder if anyone has played it. There are a couple of reviews of it, so I know it's not a total unknown. Let's see what this says here. Please note our correction in part 3 of the inventory asset list. 3A and 3G should read one sheet, not two sheets. Okay, fine. All right, whole bunch of envelopes. Introductory letter. Let's just take a look at what we got. Nice typewritten vibe. Beautiful glossy colored print. Newspaper. Couple photographs, business card, and then we've got a part 2 envelope, a part 3 envelope, a small part 4, and a red part 5. Okay, so that's fun. let's start out here. Okay, the tale Sherlock Investigates presents The Tale of the Disappearing Beauty. Introduction. The Tale of the Disappearing Beauty is a cooperative mystery game. Players work as a team to solve the riddles presented in each part, culminating in an attempt to resolve the entire mystery at the end. Dr. Watson will keep you abreast of developments as you attempt to match the great Sherlock Holmes in deductive reasoning. The language mirrors the style used by the original author, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. You might encounter words no longer in common use. Feel free to look them up. It's part of the enjoyment of the game. The language also reflects perspectives of the time. The game commits to authenticity whilst acknowledging that the values and mores of the time are very different to our own. Gameplay. The game has 4 parts, plus a final revelation. Only open a new part after attempting prior questions answered at the next part's start. Dr. Watson guides each part, offering riddles and answers. Read his introduction together, then explore exhibits in any order individually. Discuss after reviewing all exhibits. This collaborative approach is key to answering Watson's questions. Keep past exhibits for future parts. Note-taking is optional but useful. QR codes in some exhibits link to audio-video clues. Keep a smartphone handy. Okay, so a little bit of internet here. Recall Holmes's advice in The Sign of 4. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. If an answer cannot be reached, move on and it will be revealed. The gameplay will not be affected. Best of luck. Head to this QR code if you get stuck. We'll guide you into the answers. Okay, we cherish your feedback on our game. It is our first, and we need to decide whether we should carry on. Okay. Here's a nice inventory of the items. Maybe a good idea to check these. We never do. If we get really stuck, maybe we would. But this is a nice feature to have, and it also lets you put things back in their envelopes if you wanted to pass it along. So I do appreciate that. Okay. The Tale of the Disappearing Beauty, a jolly welcome to you all. I am Dr. John Watson, and I understand you're going to come along with me the next time I'm fortunate enough to be alongside my great friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, in one of his cases. Now, Holmes does not know of you, but you are to be my eyes and ears. With you alongside, perhaps together we can keep pace with the great detective. Please heed me when I say that when Holmes declares something absolutely, he is infallible. Remembering this will avert superfluous avenues of inquiry. Now, of course, we never know when the next villain may come upon us, so I will warm you up with an encounter that happened this very day, Friday, 25 March, 1898, where Holmes shone brilliantly, and I was again left feeling like a blockhead. I have documented my memory of our visitor today and was fortunate enough to be tinkering with one of these newfangled photographic apparatus and secured a picture of our interloper. I also invite you to attend to some cuttings from our morning reading that will assist in your deductions. Is that the photograph he's talking about that he took? Not of him, but of our interloper? Okay, it looks like we got 2 of these. You can see this is their first try at this, so maybe we should be a little more cautious than most times about the possibility of items being missing. Let's see, because this says part 1 of 2, but page 1 of 2, but this is the part that it said, no, this is part 3 should be one sheet of paper. So how do we take the fact that that says page 1 of 2 in part 1? Watson's summary should be 2 pieces of paper, but this looks like it's probably Watson's summary. So I don't know what we'd call, no, that's Watson's recollections. So are we already off to a bad start, missing a page? Maybe we're going to take this inventory more seriously now than we normally do. Watson's summary should be 2 pages. It says 1 of 2, and then it's missing a back, and there is no other piece of paper. Let's see what else, though. Watson's recollection looks like it's these 2 sheets. The American newspaper looks like it's this. English magazine, what's that? That's going to be this. Business card. Photo portraits. All right, so it looks like we're either missing or it's an error. This sheet. We're missing page 2 of this, or it's an error. It doesn't look like anything's missing. So I think it might just be an error here. I don't think it's going to affect us, so let's not worry about it for now. Let's read Watson's recollections. Please see below my recollections of our earlier meeting with a certain Mr. Jagantuk. Dr. J. Watson. Do they offer the opportunity to go online so you can get a copy of missing items? That's a good question. Okay, let's do it. It does say we can download any missing items. Okay, let's check. This will be a good test of whether whether my initial deduction that nothing's really missing is true. We're about to find out. Okay, so find your missing piece. Select the part where you're missing an artifact. You will be asked to share your email address. Okay, let's see. Part 1. Add to cart. Okay, it wants me to go through this. All right. Maybe I could ask one of you to do this. I understand they're trying to they're trying to avoid people just getting all of the documents. Okay, I'm not going to fill this out now. If someone wants to do it, or maybe we'll do it on break. I'm just going to assume we don't need it for now. Let's not have our whole gameplay screech to a halt. All right, it sounded like this is going to be like a little mini test case. Disagreeable visitor. London was at its very greyest. Holmes himself was supine on his couch in our Baker Street rooms, palsied from an absence of a case to stir his wonderful mind. This morning we had been reduced to reading a gossip magazine and an aged American newspaper in a desperate failed attempt at entertainment. I was startled out of my own reverie by Mrs. Hudson, our redoubtable housekeeper, entering with a card that had not reached my hand before the owner was hastening behind it. The interloper strode into the room with the certainty of a man who brooked no dissension, and Mrs. Hudson's resolve to keep him out until announced did not stand a chance. He was a vigorous man, with thick-set shoulders that suggested great strength for when the need came. Despite his face betraying him to be nearing 50, such a charismatic presence, framed within a dark morning suit, could not help but appear like a rolling thunderstorm roaring into the room. His bulk, however, did not detract from that which would have struck every observer of this behemoth, his eyes. They suggested a life of adventure, and danger had been fashioned onto his irises, and their rich contours showed innumerable stamps. One could deduce in an instant that this was not a man to be trifled with. I was mortified on Holmes's behalf to have a stranger finding him in his present stupor. "Now look here," I started, but the stranger cowed me with a flinch of those wondrous eyes. My memory flashed back to the Kandahar ravine in my Afghan service when I saw the Jezzail just before it sent its projectile of destruction into my body. The effect on me made me trip and upset an inkpot upon the table where his card now lay. That's the ink that went on Mr. Prescott Jasm took. What does it say down here? Agan View, Exmoor or something. Okay, so you can't read his full address. All right. Oh. "Pray proceed, sir," commanded Holmes. I looked around in disbelief. Holmes was now bolt upright, and his face was once more perfectly composed. He then slowly met the stranger's glare with one of his own. "I didn't mean to barge in like that, Mr. Holmes, but time's a-wastin'. Name's Jasmtook. I ain't the type to go running to folks for help. Every mess I've stumbled into, I've mostly sorted out myself. But this thing here, it's got me beat." Jasmtook barked with a voice revealing his origin from the south of the United States. Yet his accent betrayed he was not of the culturally refined set. He was a hard-bitten man. "Yet now you present yourself to be in the steel business," interrupted Holmes, "reduced to the insignificant world of trade. My commiserations, though please accept my compassion over the recent loss of your beloved wife." Holmes did not allow his customary compassion to shine through his sympathetic words. He was taking this gentleman very seriously indeed. "Hold on a minute. How'd you figure that out? I swear, if this is some kind of hoodoo—" Jasmtook started, eyes wide with disbelief. "Oh, come now, this stub of a train ticket from Sheffield still in your hand, the heart of our steel mills, yet all the way from America, the other great steel-producing nation. A calculated assumption, but a correct one, it seems. But your recent loss is a certainty. Perhaps you know of the new science of phrenology, where a man's character can be entirely known just by the shape of his skull. My studies indicate that despite your vigor, your skull reveals a softness, requiring a wife as much as a fish requires water. And the shocking state of your necktie shows there is sadly no such companion today." Jasmtook took a moment, then sighed deeply. "I reckon you got some smarts about you, Holmes. It's true, last year my world turned dark when I lost my wife. But now my light, my little Elspeth, she's gone a-missing. Here in England, I'm like a fish out of water here, and I need your help. Name your price." "Very well," said Holmes. "I will consider lending you my assistance on the condition you conceal nothing from me." "I don't very much like your tone, Mr. Holmes. Don't you push me. George, Fetch me the portrait of Elsbeth, and quickly." I was lost at those last words until I saw a dark-skinned fellow had sloped into the room and was standing in the corner. Those words spurred him into fearful action, and he dived into a briefcase. He was a most remarkable-looking man. His demeanor revealed one of complete submission, yet he owned the most curious head I'd ever seen. All four sides rose up sheer, with hardly a break to make way for any features. It looked like the handiwork of a cooper, who made a curious dent in the front. Over yonder's George, simple-minded, sure, but his loyalty's as true as the sun. Born into bondage he was, and sometimes old ways stick longer than we reckon. Stumbled upon him on my property after his ship met an ill fate, and he washed ashore alone. He finally just swapped one bit of the Americas for another," Jasmtook said, handing the picture to Holmes. "A fool was deep in slumber when my Elsbeth upped and disappeared. If nodding off were a capital offense, he'd be hanged thrice a day. Been that way ever since he first set foot here. Now, if you're pondering my presence in this godforsaken land, I'm here bridging the divide for our grand steel industries." "You insist upon the business of steel. There is no need to continue, Mr. Jasmtook," interjected Holmes. "You tried to deceive me at the very onset. I decline your case and wish you a good day." Jasmtook's face reddened with anger. "You think you're some high and mighty sort, don't you? Nobody calls me a liar and walks away with all their teeth." Whilst my heart began to thud with adrenaline and the tension escalated, Holmes was calmly fingering a weighted stick he had deftly gathered. The production of a weapon by Holmes made the astute Jasmtook retreat from impending violence. "You'll pay for this, Holmes," he muttered, turning to leave, George trailing silently behind him. "Well, Watson, a temper clearly not suited to trading steel. Indeed, we can say that man is as much devoted to industry as you or I. Deducing which of the United States he came from tells us he is not from a steel town. And I think we can also say, thanks to our morning reading, who he really works for." Okay, the second page does have questions for you to answer, says Melissa. So actually, we are missing the back of this page or the second page. Why these aren't double-sided, I don't know, but apparently we are missing an important page. So maybe what happened is we got two of these, and we should have gotten the second page of this. All right, Melissa is going to mail it to me, or we'll read it. I guess if it's actually important, then maybe we will go through the trouble. Let's just see if I can just put in dummy information. Surely it's not going to care. It sounds like our job is going to be to figure out where he's from and everything. Okay, so complete order, and then it's going to email me all of part one. That's an interesting idea. Let me go to mail here. Okay, so thank you, Melissa. You've done the hard work for me figuring out we need it. So I think we'll be able to just download it here. All right, here we go. So here's his page 2. Please spread out the documents and each of you read them all individually. The order does not matter here and with any future investigations. When you have finished your reading, that is the time to discuss your theories, but retain these exhibits. You never know if they contain information that may be useful later. As we wait for a case, see if you can match Holmes and deduce 1, which area of the United States was our visitor from? 2, who is our visitor's employer? You will not be able to prove your answers, but you should be satisfied a strong balance of probability supports your conclusion. When you feel you're confident in your answers, I invite you to open the next envelope, which will contain the solution. Holmes asked me to scan the obscure design below if I ever am in need of assistance to catch up. Okay, fine. So that was the second page. All right, thank you for... I think we were going to intuit that that's what it wanted from us. It just said as much basically here. And then, so basically we've got that dialogue, and then we've got these couple other things which are going to tell us who's his employer and what state he's from. Here's the picture of his missing daughter. Is that right? And here's our guy that we were just talking to. Okay, I see he's got a passport in his pocket that says Commonwealth of. So I guess he's going to be from a Commonwealth of something. Here is our map of the New World. Okay. Do we have Commonwealths? Yes. All right. So he's from one of these: Commonwealth of Kentucky, Commonwealth of Virginia, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, or Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Now he's from the South, it sounds like. So that gives us these two: Kentucky or Virginia. These are all East Coast here. So probably Commonwealth of Kentucky or Virginia. We still have to figure out which one. If we can find his employer, we can answer that probably. But now, does this have a... No, that's just going to say in America, not the state. Although that looks like Virginia. That looks like it's probably going to say Virginia, but let's keep going. And this is his daughter. Is that right? All right, well, let's read the newspaper and see if we can't find his employer, which Holmes has concluded is not a steel company. Okay, it's The World, published in New York. The time for war has come. It's 1898. So here's World War I guess. $50,000 wanted. Sinking of the Maine must be avenged. Clear affront to America's dignity. Cowardly assault must rouse this nation to action. The time for jaw is over. Now for war. Detection of the perpetrator of the Maine abomination. There's the USS Maine. I don't know this history enough to tell you about this. We Americans are known as peace-loving people throughout the world. The old world looks over from its scheming and propensity for violence to the great United States as not only the birthplace of liberty, but also humanity's shining beacon of virtue. Spanish depredations committed upon the Cuban people, however, should have spurred our republic to action long before. Incredibly, Cuba was the last in the region to ban slavery in 1886. 13 years after everyone else, but Spain stooping to the sinking of one of our peaceful capital ships is the final straw. Congress continues to drag its feet on declaring Spain the villain. But time is enough. America must declare war to satisfy her honor. Then we've got, these look like AI art here, which upsets some people, not me though. Okay, so we've got an ad for an electropathic belt. We've got a hair tonic that will completely grow your hair back. It's 100% guaranteed. All right, what have we got here? Mary Culberson finds solace in the city of love and heartbreak. Early to bed and early to rise is apparently Miss Mary Culberson's prescription for forgetting heartaches. Miss Culberson, who was sent abroad by her father, United States Senator Charles A. Culberson of Texas, followed this regimen after her romance with Alexander Robertson, a British industrialist. Amidst all the gaiety and frivolity of Paris, Miss Culberson leaves the Hotel Brighton every morning, accompanied by her chaperone, Miss Leslie Cameron, for a strenuous day spent in art galleries and historic churches. Unlike Miss Mary Gage, a New York girl who has been seen dancing late into the Manhattan night with, you guessed it, Mr. Alexander Robertson. Perhaps her father, Mr. Wyman Gage, Secretary of the Treasury, may be looking at ocean liner timetables as we write. So, this woman is in England. Okay, I don't think that's our case, but let's see. Cotton growers take action. The fashion for collectives in our nation is spreading beyond organized labor and appearing in the most unlikely places. Association of Cotton Growers has found favor with many plantation owners in the South. They're infuriated by the prices inflicted upon them by northern purchasers of their crops. Individually, they hold no sway with their buyers, so they are flocking to join a new association to speak with a unified voice. A delegation was sent abroad some time ago representing members from Virginia down to Texas to try and find new markets with better prices. The cotton mills of England will be their principal destination. All right, so this could be our answer. Our guy could be from Virginia, sent down to try to make a cotton deal. Association assures us they have sent men of particular culture, elegance, and refinement. Okay, that doesn't sound like our guy. That they hope will provoke kindred sympathy among the vapid airs and graces of Britain. We believe this venture is foolish. Britain is known for its dishonest ways. She will only seek to trick and deceive honest Americans. We exhort the domestic buyers of cotton to consider, for the good of this nation, paying a few more cents will be for the benefit of us all. Okay, so that's not it. Here is the article that Holmes seemed to be thinking about. Pinkertons. Is this our case? The Republic owes its thanks to the Pinkerton Detective Agency. From their beginnings 40 years ago, they've provided vital service to our great nation. As America grew, the cancer of crime was beginning to spread until the Pinkertons developed their crime-fighting syndicate, and villain after villain was brought to justice. However, our Union recalled the ancient proverb, no man steps in the same river twice, for he's not the same man and it's not the same river. That's a cool little saying. The Pinkerton Agency was not the same man, and these United States had become a different river. The Pinkertons' influence had become too much, and the 1892 Anti-Pinkerton Act was passed to limit their power. However, the vacuum created by this act has weakened the Union. As dark forces try to extinguish our torch of freedom at home and abroad, we need them restored to their full strength. With over 55,000 agents to call on, the Pinkertons humble our regular army of just 2,000. And the Pinkertons must resume their place in maintaining peace and justice. Yet this issue is not a domestic one. The newspaper continues to see our brothers in Cuba be inspired by our banner of liberty and freedom. As we see Spain provoke us more, we will need trained men if war is provoked. The Pinkerton brothers, who lead the agency now, must be allowed to strengthen, as we may need their help very soon. Though the agency's real power is thought to rest with their agent, known only as PJ, currently thought to be in Europe on vital business. Is that our guy, PJ? Our guy does look like he's been through real adventures. Let's see, did I finish reading it? Their agent, PJ, currently thought to be in Europe. Our manifest destiny may finally be to set forth abroad in search of dragons to slay. And we will need the Pinkertons to help strike the opening blows. And then we've got some skin cream. Mrs. Whitfield's Miracle Skin Cream. Okay. And then we have this magazine. Let's see if this provides us with the final clue. Duchess of Devonshire defies the season. This is the Mayfair Gazette. The endless quest for amusement amongst the upper classes never ceases. The Duchess of Devonshire hosted a glamorous ball far before the start of the traditional season for parties that begins in May. And what a night! The talk of the evening was an incredible beauty, Elsbeth Jasmtook, who is in London accompanying her father, a Mr. P. Jasmtook. P.J. There we go. I think our first mystery is solved. PJ is the name of Pinkerton's agent. And here is Elsbeth Jasmtook, who is our missing girl, and her father is a PJ. P. Jasmtook. Attention for once was not on La Belle Otero, and she looked positively furious as Miss Jasmtook was seen deep in conversation with Lord Arthur Harris, the conqueror of many a lady's heart. And here is our Elsbeth. All right, so I think we've cracked the mystery of who our client is and who he works for. Let's keep reading. Yet every time we looked again for this beauty from the New World, she was engrossed in another conversation. One look saw her dancing with his lordship, Alonso Alvarez, heir to a fantastic fortune and the title of Marquis of Valdueza. His dazzling looks would cause any young debutante to quiver, but Miss Jasmtook was moments later seen talking with Miss Simmerton, and even her apparent rival, Miss Otero. We cannot remember such a dramatic entrance to our great capital. All seemed to the great consternation of her father. He frequently was seen chastising her for her enthusiastic chatter, and at one point even laid his hands on her shoulders in an attempt to fix her in her chair, whilst snarling at anyone who approached. But her youthful impetuousness could not be suppressed. That's a nice little bit of writing. Matchmakers of London are quickly changing their predictions with such a vivacious beauty bursting upon London society. And here's a little drawing of Elsbeth. Yeah, I can see why she would be charming that group. Nice dress, too. Her legion admirers. Okay. Dower Princesses. Is Miss Jasmtook the latest in that endless procession of dower princesses that come from America? Will their number ever cease, with our own aristocrats struggling as their farming incomes have tumbled? American wealth has become an unadmitted attraction. Meanwhile, the newly gilded parvenus of America seem determined to purchase the respectability that a title would give. Lord Randolph Churchill's match back in 1874 with Jenny, née Jerome, was the first. Heavy criticism of the match has been softened with time by Lady Churchill's now powerful position in society. As again, one cannot set foot in a London ballroom without the screechy twang announcing an American long before the matching outfit offends one's eyes. We thought we'd help our readers understand the origins of these invaders, The map overleaf shows our readers the endless plains of America from which new heiresses are springing. Keep this map nearby if a determined American mother begins listing out the qualities of their daughter. Now you will at least be able to place their origin. Now they have some called territories, which are not states yet. They also have some called commonwealths. Note they are just as much states as the others. How terribly confusing. We have learned through the offices of some fine English families that all of these American states are not the same. Those from the South, which are those beneath their Mason-Dixon line, appear with more elegant manners, but the money generally not always, lies in the North. However, almost nothing is known of Miss Jasmtook. Her father's past is utterly unknown, as is his fortune. Her beauty may entrance many a gentleman, but as our readers know, an American girl without a fortune will never make a brilliant match in England. That's pretty funny. And this is Lady Randolph Churchill that we were told about, who married into some other family. All right, so everything we need, and someone, in fact, would need who doesn't know anything about America to solve that little puzzle. So we know that PJ is from the Pinkertons. We know he's working for the Pinkertons. We know he's either from the Commonwealth of Virginia or Kentucky. And where are the Pinkertons from? Were we told here where she was from? Maybe we weren't. I just skipped over it. We're asked to figure out what state they're from. I suppose we could always look up where they're from, but it doesn't feel like we're supposed to need to. It looked to me like this was going to say Virginia, so I think it's Virginia, but I wouldn't mind some confirmation that the Pinkertons are from Virginia, not Kentucky. Suppose we could search for their origin. No, it's not in this photo, right? Did we miss it? Did I read what state they're from and skip over it? Or should we just assume it's Virginia? Surely if we look up Pinkertons, we'll see what state are the Pinkertons from. I guess I've already got the website open. I might as well. What state was the Pinkerton Detective Agency from? Founded in Chicago. Well, that doesn't really help us, does it? Okay. That's a little bit surprising to me. Does it say they moved headquarters to New York City in 1960? 1960? They still exist. 1850 Chicago. Okay, that doesn't help us then. Okay, it doesn't seem important. No mention of it here, and it's not like we lose points or anything. We just do our best to understand it and then open the next envelope. What area was he from and who is the employer? Okay, so we know the employer is Pinkerton's, and we're going to say that he's from the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we're choosing Virginia instead of Kentucky, based entirely on that part there, looking like it's Virginia. Of course, it could be saying something else. Okay. And in the chat, Marco says he said his valet was recovered from the sea. So I think that would make Kentucky not a feasible answer. Okay, so he found his valet rescued from the sea. And Kentucky is landlocked. Kentucky is 26, landlocked. And Commonwealth of Virginia is here with access to the sea and, well, I guess they're both closer. Isn't Kentucky above the Mason-Dixon line? I guess you're right. If this is the south line, is this the Mason-Dixon southern line? Okay, so Virginia it is then. I would think of Kentucky as the south, but I could be wrong. All right, so we've got our person who tried to hire us. We've got our missing girl, and we are now ready to open envelope 2 and see if we're right. We want to keep all the other evidence on the table. All right, let's open part 2 and see if we're right, but more importantly, see how this game is going to progress. This is just a little trial while Watson makes sure we understand. I guess Watson is sort of testing us. Whoa. What's this? Telegrams? What are these? That's interesting. Okay, let's put these aside. All right. Well, did you figure it out like Holmes did, or were you left in the dark like I was? Well, of course, Holmes observed what I did not see. If you examine my photograph, you will see Mr. Jazzumtook left his passport protruding from his breast pocket. We cannot see it all, but we can see the word Commonwealth. Not many American states begin with the word Commonwealth, it transpires, for, in fact, indicated in the map included with the Mayfair Gazette magazine even draws your attention to this feature in the main article. But which one? Well, we know Jazzumtook is from the South. Even without a deep knowledge of the American culture, we can be sure that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is not in the South, which leaves us Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Well, the text above the Mason-Dixon line confirms Pennsylvania is not considered in the South. But also, did you see Jasmtook declare he found George shipwrecked on his own lands? Well, Kentucky is not by the sea. So the strong balance of probability is Jasmtook is from Virginia. We can also see that in the ink-spoiled calling card, you can just make out the faint indication in the address of the state, Virginia. As to Jasmtook's employer, this was a little harder. It is clear he is a man of authority and a man of action, as he said as much to Holmes. Your interest may have been piqued by the mention in The World and the article entitled Cotton Growers Take Action. However, whilst there is a clear mention of a trip to England representing Virginia, the emphasis on the delegates being men of culture, elegance, and refinement, qualities that are an anathema to our barbarous visitor. Another article in The World happens to discuss the Pinkerton Detective Agency, a crime-fighting organization. It mentions the existence of a mysterious de facto leader who is in Europe and goes by the initials PJ. From the article in the Mayfair Gazette, we see Jasmtook's first initial is P. We also see from his calling card his first name begins with a P. It all fits. Mr. Jasmtook is employed by the Pinkerton Detective Agency, not representing Steel interests as he fabricated to us in Baker Street. But soft, it seems we must look further into the Jasmtook case. The following day, Saturday 26th of March, Holmes received an important package, which I share with you now. As he showed me these papers, he remarked, "Well, this case is as complex as I feared. We may even find Moriarty hiding in this soup. Where there is human misery at stake, he is never far and looking to profit. Watson, please extract my index cards for some more color on this gallery of characters entwined with the case. My dear helpers, let's see if we can help the case along by answering, who of the suspects can we rule out of being present when Miss Jasmtook disappeared?" Okay, which subjects can we rule out? Let's see, maybe we'll try to keep the envelope contents differently. So what we've got here for our first time seems to be Holmes's index cards of possible criminal suspects. Here's his card from James Moriarty, Lord Arthur Harris, Alonzo Alvarez. We read about him in the paper. Carolina Otero, we heard about her in the paper. Mary Simmerton, we heard about her in the paper. And we brought out Holmes's brother, Mycroft. Not sure why we have that. And do we have pictures of all of them now? Yep, there's Lord Harris. Here is Don Alvarez, who we read about in the paper. There's Miss Otero. Okay, she's a looker of her own. Mrs. Simmerton, not as much of a looker. And here is George, the assistant to our client. All right, so not photos of all of our suspects, but photos of various people. All right, well, why don't we take our break? We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll start on part 2. So in the chat, DJ was saying, I'm confused by the photo Watson took. Isn't it supposed to be the visitor? It doesn't look like Jessamine took. I think either this is meant to be Watson. He talks about having taken a photo, but he doesn't say it's this one. So this is the photo he took of our person who came in, Jesem took. So I think this is either meant to be Watson himself, or it's some character that we've not met and just a representative character. TJ was saying he looks kind of like this guy, a little bit. All right, let's remember the missing girl, the disappearing beauty. And let's recap our assignment for part 2. Which of the suspects can we rule out being present when Miss Jasmine disappeared? Now, we don't know when she disappeared yet. I guess we're going to read that. I mean, we know she was at that ball. Extract by index cards, gallery of characters entwined in the case. So it seems like maybe we've got 2 sets of characters that could be entwined. Most of them were mentioned being at the ball in that article. And then we've got a couple of other people. I mean, Mycroft Holmes is certainly not involved in this. Not involved in kidnapping her, unless she's a spy coming in from the cold. And then Holmes thinks Moriarty could be involved in this. Let's see, a brilliant professor of mathematics and devoted philanthropist. I declare him to be the Napoleon of crime, orchestrator of countless crimes without dirtying his hands, grows his followers by lulling them with greed, closing the trap, and another is helplessly in his power. All right, we'll go over these. Are these just photos or do we have information on the back? No, it's just photos of people. Okay. Let's take a look at what other evidence we've got today. We've got a whole bunch of stuff. Got a map of London that we can use to reason. We've got a copy of the Times, and boy, does this look like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective newspaper. Header at least. And then what have we got? A whole bunch of police reports. That's pretty cool. From Lestrade. A handwritten note from George. And a handwritten note that looks like maybe from Elsbeth. Very intriguing. Let's save that for last. All right, what have we got here? I guess we'll start with this confidential. Who's it from? Oh, it's from Mycroft. It's from Holmes's brother, Spymaster. Brother Sherlock, a matter of first importance to find the Jasmine girl. Reasoning below. War is certain between the United States and Spain. The United States will win by conquering Spanish colonies, Philippines and Cuba. British government worried victory will result in United States coveting our West Indian colonies and British North America. America unprepared for war, small army, very hard to get in Philippines. British logistical support, particularly coaling stations, vital for success. Diplomatic support for America amongst great powers, also vital for quick success. Jasm took his head of Pinkertons, but also here to negotiate secret treaty for United States. British will gain guarantees of her colonies and financial interests. America will gain diplomatic and logistical support for forthcoming war. Jasmine suspects British treachery and whole treaty in danger if daughter not found. Will suspect British foul play. His fears wholly unfounded. Britain desires this treaty. Watch for Don Alvarez. Our intelligence service believe him a Spanish government agent. Sherlock, you need to find the girl immediately whilst I work on other matters. Your powers are waning in my estimation, but the rump of your ability must serve Her Majesty's government. Prime Minister Lord Salisbury himself is depending on you. I remain Mycroft Holmes. I remain. Okay, so this is an interesting setup. It's wars coming to America. America is going to need the help of the British. British is a little worried about America coveting and wanting to take colonies. So Pinkerton has come over as a representative of the United States. Works for Pinkerton's, but our guy Jasmtook is actually here on a secret mission from the United States to broker a treaty where they're going to agree that the British are going to help set up logistics to help the Americans win the war against the Spanish. And in return, America is going to agree that Britain will keep its colonies, etc. But the representative from the United States, Jasmtook, his daughter has now been kidnapped. And Mycroft says if we don't get his daughter back, he's going to conclude that the British have scuttled this whole thing and going to be so angry and upset that it's going to ruin this treaty. Mycroft says they're totally unrelated, or at least he says the British haven't taken his daughter, but we don't know who. And in fact, here's the suspicion that maybe the Spanish did, because Don Alvarez, who we're told here, Alonso Alvarez, heir to the fortune Marquis of Valdueza, our girl was talking to. Okay, so we've got war and international treaties at risk. All right, let's take a look. Here's our map of London, in case we need it. There's the Thames River. Where were they? Here, where was this party she was last seen at? A glamorous ball. Duchess of Devonshire hosted a glamorous ball. I'm not sure where this was. Here's Lord Harris, who we've heard about. There's the Devonshire, the Duchess of Devonshire. So she probably this is probably where the ball was, right here. The Devonshire house. Okay. What have we got here? Looks like a cover letter from the police about their police reports. Subject: disappearance of a young girl. Holmes, the Lord knows why my valuable time is being spent investigating a young girl running away, but my superiors have insisted I make a full investigation. Is this going to be Lestrade? Yes, this is Lestrade. In summary, Miss Jasmtook seen to enter carriage outside her hotel, Claridge's, at midday. Shadowy figure observed within the vehicle. Okay, and Claridge's is right here. 2. Only seen speaking with 6 people on these shores. Father ruled out as alibi confirmed in Sheffield at time of her flight. Okay, father's ruled out. Leaving our suspects as Lord Harris, the aristocratic rogue, Carolina Otero, the infamous courtesan, Mary Simerton, the bitter spinster, Don Alvarez, the Homeric Spanish aristocrat, and the Jasmtook's servant, George. A stray page of what appears to be her diary was left in her room, which I enclose. Your advice is always appreciated. Inspector Lestrade. Okay, so now we've got a formal list of suspects. And those are our photos, right? Lord Harris, Carolina Otero, Mary Simmerton, Don Alvarez, and George. Okay, so the photos are our 5 suspects, and we're to rule them out with alibis. That's our assignment. And then it looks like the police have reports on all of them. So sort of a classic cold case. We're not used to this with Sherlock Holmes, but it looks like all 5 of our suspects, he's prepared a little, well, no, that's the father. Carolina, Mary, Lord Harris, and Don Alvarez. So George doesn't have a former statement. It looks like this might be, sir, I am asking around for Miss Jasmtook. I gotta try, sir, George. All right, so we don't have an interview with George. Do we need, let's just make sure in part 2 that we've got 6 index cards. Police statements 5. Okay, so we have the full set. Okay, let's put that aside for a second. So we've seen George's note and his handwriting. I can see we've got a note from the daughter. We're going to save that for a bit. We've also got the newspaper. Let's read a little bit of the newspaper. Saturday, March 26th. Here's an article about Lord Harris. The Lord Mayor hosted a luncheon on the stroke of midday yesterday for city grandees and the leading lights from the Palace of Westminster. Lord Harris appeared to be reveling in his repast at the high table, as all eyes were cast toward him in expectation of a typically incendiary invective scheduled for afterwards. Duly the coffee cups were cleared away, and his lordship did not fail to deliver. He excoriated the immorality and moral bankruptcy of the Spanish popery, a subject he holds dear. The audience was in silence, contemplating such a frenzied attack on Brother Jonathan, but Harris can play a crowd even as illustrious as this, like a violin. He concluded with the following peroration. I would like also to announce the Gazo statues I acquired off a Spanish merchant. Harris then paused as his implied confiscation inspired mirth around the room. Shall be donated to the British Museum so all can see the intricate beauty of the primitive carvings. And here is Lord Harris giving his speech to general laughter. The attendees erupted in approval with "Hail Fellows" echoing across the grandiose hall. The dozen solid gold statues, each weighing 30 pounds, are worth more than much of the landed gentry these days. His lordship never fails to deliver a spectacular polemic with the kind of bombast that would have made Palmerston blush. He may yet grace the highest of offices. Okay, that's Lord Harris, one of our suspects. Now we've got a little restaurant review. Claridge's cements her culinary crown. Claridge's Hotel sits at the very apex of fashionable dining. The renowned Monsieur Etienne Beaumont directs a culinary journey without peer, yet he has managed to widen his proprietor's chasm of superiority over the rest of London. Last week, he introduced the La Creme Brulee. And here's a picture of a creme brulee. Gasps of Epicurean delight. Served exclusively on Saturday evenings at 9 p.m. sitting. Its hardened molten caramel topping reveals creamy ambrosia beneath an unmatched delight. Nice. Some commentators declare that very shortly there will be no more novel foods left to eat as the prospering middle classes indulge in treats once reserved for royalty alone. Yet, thanks to M. Beaumont, society will continue to enjoy delights beyond the imagination of the common man. Neat. Okay, so that's the hotel where Elsbeth was staying. And we shouldn't forget, someone witness saw her get into some cab. Here's an article on Moriarty. Professor Moriarty, Benevolent Pursuits. Today's commercial world dictates individuals who devote themselves entirely to the service of those less fortunate are in danger of extinction, but not yet. Professor James Moriarty stands tall for Christian values and service to the downtrodden. Renowned primarily for his unparalleled intellect in mathematics, the professor has of late turned his prodigious faculties to aiding the city's less fortunate. Orphanages in the East End have felt the warmth of his generosity, with many a child given the chance of education under his patronage. In Whitechapel, he established soup kitchens, serving as a beacon of hope amidst the gloomy mists. The young and old speak with admiration of the professor's efforts to uplift those facing adversity. Indeed, this very correspondent spotted our moral exemplar leaving the offices of the Vickers Armament Company, without doubt there to privately rebuke them for their deathly trade. Yeah, right. The Vickers Armament Company, are those on our map? Let's see it. Okay. Here's another article on phrenology. Phrenology remains not entirely universally accepted, yet its ascent toward becoming a hard science appears to be inexorable. The depth of complexity of the human brain remains far beyond our scientific understanding, but the logic of a skull's shape, being dictated by the underlying undulations of the brain beneath, is logically compelling. As selfless researchers continue to measure with formidable accuracy cranial dimensions and measure them against personality traits, significant correlations are being identified. The patterns are remarkable. Consider, for example, the unusual sunken V-shaped distinction. The inwards curve of the skull may suggest some retardation. On the contrary, this central depression, known as type 83, indicates the brain is lacking in fickleness. An affliction that can affect us all at different times, but this absence endows their owners with remarkable willpower, a force for good. Though scientists do caution that there are some suggestions that such cranial shapes also bestow the ability to perform incredible deceptions over long periods of time. No doubt our colonial service should take note when recruiting agents to nullify our enemies' ambitions. The whole empire delights in the progress being made in this science as we get ever closer to mastering our understanding of human cognition and condition. Understanding of the human condition. Okay, and then here's the last article in the paper about port congestion. Britain's global supremacy is unassailable. There's no doubt her maritime hegemony means the empire will continue to grow, and to foresee her preeminence lasting 1,000 years is not patriotic grandstanding, but a rational analysis of the facts. However, her inability to host the great vessels of her empire is becoming a national disgrace. 2 weeks ago, it was declared that all cruise liners bound for the United States can only depart from Liverpool, and Liverpool will accommodate no other destinations to ease congestion and simplify shipping lanes. The American embassy was outraged at this perceived demotion. The Prime Minister must reckon with his great responsibility to lay the foundations for centuries of imperial majesty and build out the capacity Britannia badly needs. Well, that did not seem to be much useful facts in there for us, but some fun setting of the stage. I guess we're going to look at our police reports here. Are these interviews? Let's see. We're going to start with Lord Harris here. All right. So each of these people we have a photograph of. So here's Lord Harris. And we just read the paper about him looking for, maybe he's interested in political office. He's robbing the Spanish. No, he's not a friend of the Spanish. Let's see. And this is Lestrade. Is writing this. Okay, Lord Harris did not deny speaking with Miss Jasmtook, but vehemently refuted having anything to do with her disappearance. When asked about his reputation as a rake despoiling ladies' virtue, he replied, "Damn your eyes, how dare you? Anyway, I ain't broke, so wouldn't have to stoop to romancing Americans like half the families in England." Ha! He did confess to playing at seducing her, but only as he saw that Don Alvarez was soft on her, so I gave her a bit of my charm. Could see the chit was dewy-eyed over me after that, only did it to put my finger in his eye. The one thing I can abide less than Americans is Catholics, and Spanish Catholics are the worst of all. When put to him that Miss Simmerton accused him of being behind the disappearance, his lordship said, "That crazy old prune has it in for me for some reason. Miss Jasmtook told me she offered her money and a house to run away from her family. Can you believe it? The woman is poor as a church mouse. God knows how she'd pay for someone else. Though I mark my words around her, one of the chaps sniffed at her when she was in earshot. The harpy went straight up to him and broke his nose. Have you seen the size of those forearms? He refused to submit an alibi for when Miss Jasmtook disappeared. He found it beneath him." All right, so maybe I'd like to know what our timeline is. That's Mycroft's statement. Here's the report. She was seen to enter a carriage outside her hotel at midday. What is midday? How do we read that time? Is that like 12:30? Midday? Midday? What is midday? Let's start making our timeline. Enters carriage outside the Claridge Hotel, half past midday. And there's a shadowy figure within. And Do we have a date? Do we have a date? I mean, here is our newspaper. So does this mean we think it happened on Saturday, or so the previous day stuff was 25 of March. Here she's dancing. So do we think that means that she disappeared on the 26th midday? When is this? Because this could be Lord Harris's alibi. Stroke of midday. Yep, there we go. Okay, so there's his alibi. If we think half past midday, if we think that's 12:30, even if we're wrong about that, it's clear that Lord Harris, at the stroke of midday, has an alibi. And I think now that's further confirmation that she disappears on March 26th, which is a Saturday. Okay. All right, we're making progress. So that's Lord Harris's statement. He says, I don't even care about that girl. I got money. I don't have to stoop to American just to make money. Okay, Don Alvarez, who could be the Spanish spy, according to Mycroft, we should be very suspicious of him. Don Alvarez denied having anything to do with the missing Miss Jasmtuk. Of course, it is difficult to tell with foreigners whether they're telling the truth. Of course, I have nothing to do with her disappearing. I am a gentleman. Yes, I found her a little, how you say, entrancing, but I have not seen her since the ball. I put to him the rumors that he appeared to be charmed by Miss Jasmtuk. He vehemently denied this, but distinctly blushed. She had the innocence of fresh air, you know how she asked if in Spain we have trees and black people and dressmakers. When asked about the public argument with Harris, he flared with anger. That man, he will see one day, he speaks badly of my people in Parliament, is disrespectful to my religion, and worst of all, he looks with lascivious eyes on Miss Jasmtuk, who is purity itself. I have been away this year until 4 days ago, but his vile slurs against Spain continue as ever. I asked the foreigner to calm down, and he did slowly. I asked him if he's always quick to anger. The gentleman said, Yes, maybe I live my life in color. I only have two emotions. I love and hate. It is better than you English. You always live in a dull gray. When asked where he was at midday on Friday, he pondered and then said he was admiring the horses alone in Hyde Park. I think that's got to be a typo. I think it's got to be a typo that it says Friday. Because according to this paper, Saturday is the 26th. Well, no, maybe not. I mean, this paper about the dance is from Friday, but maybe it was about a dance that happened the previous night. But then would you say the same thing about this paper? Yes, okay. Midday yesterday. Okay, so the date of her abduction is not Saturday, March 26th. The date of her abduction is now clearly March 25th, Friday. But I guess the tricky part is the paper is always writing about the previous day. So on Friday, when she goes missing, the paper is still talking about the ball last night. And similarly, this paper is talking about the talk that Lord Harris gave on Friday when she went missing. Okay, that's okay. Friday, March 25th, midday is when she goes missing. And he gives us his alibi. He was admiring the horses alone in Hyde Park. So if we knew it was raining, that might disprove or suggest he's lying. But other than that, we have nothing to do about that. All right, let's read about Carolina. Sorry, that was this guy, Don Alvarez. And now we're going to talk to Carolina Otero. I wonder if it's going to turn out that she was like, it wouldn't be crazy if our daughter wasn't, if Elsbeth wasn't captured by someone who thought the Pinkertons were coming after him. Like, what if this guy is in Britain and thinks the Pinkertons are coming after him? Seems a long shot. All right, let's see what Carolina Otero says. Miss Otero presented herself using all her feminine wiles. Her attempts to draw my attention to her infamous décollage were in vain. However, it is clear she can manipulate men of weaker character than that of an inspector of the Metropolitan Police. Ha! You think I was jealous of Miss Jasmtook? No. Why, she's just like me, and she just doesn't know it yet. Yes, I saw Lord Harris lusting after her. No, I went to Harris when I arrived in London as soon as I heard of his gift of a diamond. But I'll drop him soon. I cannot let him drop me. No man ever finishes with La Belle Otero. I was heard offering to take her under my wing. Well, maybe I said something like that. You see how fragile she is. Why, I saw she could barely lift her own chair. But her physical weakness will not hold her back. When I saw Don Alvarez showing her his ardor, well, that was one fire I thought could not be lit, if you understand me. You think I've hidden her somewhere? Well, I do not. I cannot tell you more than that. Though, if America is full of gems like Miss Jasmtook, and the glittering riches that seem to be behind these dour princesses, well, perhaps this is the land for La Belle Otero. She outright refused to say where she was when Miss Jasmtook disappeared. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? Now, what's this comment here? When I saw Don Alvarez showing her his ardor, well, that was one fire I thought could not be lit. She seems to be saying that she's surprised that Don Alvarez liked her. Is that because something about Don Alvarez? Hmm. Okay. Here's our next statement here. Here is Miss Simmerton. Look at those forearms. Miss Simmerton initially denied speaking with Miss Jasmtook until I said it was even reported in the Mayfair Gazette. All right, I did. What would I have to do with her disappearing? These bright young things never want to speak to an elder like me, but I must try to warn them. I lost my honor 40 years ago to a cad just like Lord Harris, and I've been bowing and scraping at the back of society ever since. I hate Harris deeply. He is of the worst sort, you know. He even always gives one of his diamonds to women before he disgraces them. He loves that wisp of payment that is sure to damn any girl in society. I said to Miss Jasmtook, as I say to all of them, if you can't stop your heart, find money first. I was left with disgrace and penury. At least avert one of those. And look at Otero. She openly flaunts her liaisons, but money these days seems to make anything forgivable. I lose my mind if she ever strays into her abominable foreign tongue, though I see the wild passion within her. Maybe Harris will come to regret tussling with her. You think I was there when she disappeared? How preposterous. These days I can only give my humble advice. I do not get involved in other people's affairs. No alibi, just denying it. Here they are interviewing the father. Mr. Jasmtook appeared broken in grief, grimly accepting his fate in the matter. Without my girl ain't nothing left. If any harm has befallen her, I swear I'll track 'em down, and their whole kin will vanish from this world, he woefully stated. I reminded Mr. Jasmtook that if he does anything like that here, he will hang. Seems to me like old perfidious Albion's got his fingers in this mess. Britain wants this treaty to fail, mark my words. They ain't got no good intentions for America. I reminded the gentleman to return to the matter at hand. I asked him to share something of Elsbeth's character. I've shielded her from the world. You must understand she ain't just a precious gem in the eyes of her papa. Nay, she's inherited her father's spirit. Her aspirations would put to shame the most ambitious Roman senator, and she just but turned 17. And her heart's desires, well, they run far deeper than any maiden her age should know. She wants the world and everything in it. I had always feared those passions, and at that gala, well, they burst forth. Even plain old George is in a state of grief. I got this note saying he's off searching for her, like she's holed up in the stables or something. But he's 2 years older and almost thinks he's her elder brother. The man might be loyal and true, but by God, he's a fool. With that, he dropped his head in his hands, and I could not coax another word out of him. All right, well, no real alibis here, but he does mention George's note that he's going looking for her. Remember, she disappeared when he was taking a nap, and that's when she got into the cab near her hotel. The only thing we have left here is the letter that she left and the index cards. I'm having a hard time seeing how we can eliminate all of these people, but let's see. Maybe we can only eliminate one or two. Here's her note from Elsbeth. I cannot quite believe this is actually going to happen. Daddy will lose his mind, and I can never return to America and be back within his grasp. As Yeats said, do not wait to strike till the iron is hot, but make it hot by striking. Famous quote. I love that quote. But I cannot bear it any more. The day is almost nigh, though I cannot seem to remember this pesky code. O is like this and goes to the left. A is like that and goes to the right. But why are they so similar? So she is up to some plot. Daddy will lose his mind. I can never return to America and be back within his grasp. She is doing something that requires a secret code. Is she selling out the United States or something? The day is almost nigh, though I cannot seem to remember this pesky code. All right, well, we haven't encountered that code yet, but what is she doing? What is she doing that she can never go back to America and be within his grasp? Huh. We haven't seen that code. That must be for some future thing. The only thing we haven't done is look through these index cards, and we've only got one suspect eliminated. Interesting. All right, let's look at these cards. This is the card on Moriarty. We're not really helped in that. Although maybe he did. Well, he's not even a suspect to give an alibi to. Okay, here's his note on Mycroft. My unpleasant brother, intellect surpasses even my own. Ostensibly anonymous government official, prefers theoretical over practical, indolent inaction, potentially unfulfilled, yet runs every critical government policy through his brain. In times of peril, he is the British government. Okay, here's information about Mary Simerton. She's a spinster, disgraced in her youth by a Bavarian count in less forgiving times, since known to vehemently hate all things foreign, supplements her meager income with small services for other families. Almost hides her bitterness, but not quite. Okay, where our girl Elsbeth was seen talking to her, so was she setting up some deal with another foreign country? We don't know. Here's Carolina Otero, notorious Spanish courtesan. Oh, she's Spanish too. Counts Kaiser Wilhelm, King Leopold, and our own Prince of Wales amongst her conquests. 6 men have said to have committed suicide after she spurned them, known for her hot temper and cold heart. Rumored to have once hurled a 17-stone Bohemian dragoon clean out of a first-floor window when she was riled. And then Don Alvarez, heir to a considerable estate in his native Spain, famed for his perfect features and Herculean physique, a brilliant sportsman. Whilst unmarried, he has proven uninterested in finding a match on these shores. Some say he may even be a confirmed bachelor. Okay, well, now it's making more sense why the woman Otero was surprised that he seemed smitten with Elsbeth. And the reason is that we think everyone thinks he's gay. So that does suggest that he was trying to woo Elsbeth for other reasons. But maybe she thinks that he loves her. Where is our article? This is feeling like maybe we're getting onto something a little bit. So she's seen in conversation with Harris, but we know he's alibied, so it's not him. Then she's talking to Alvarez. Jasmine Took was moments later seen talking with Miss Simerton. And then Miss Otero. And then when we talk to Otero, she's confused that Alvarez seemed to be interested in her. She says, "That's a fire I didn't think could be lit." And she's fragile. For some reason, that's important. She could barely lift her own chair. Physical weakness won't hold her back. When I saw Don Alvarez showing her his love, his ardor, well, that was one fire I thought could not be lit. And then Alvarez, who we think is probably gay, a confirmed bachelor, he's pretending to like her. I've not seen her since the ball. She had the innocence of fresh air, and he blushed. Miss Jasmine took his purity itself. I've been away this year until 4 days ago. This vile sores against Spain continue. And he says he was in Hyde Park alone. Well, we were charged to figure out from these suspects Don Alvarez is suspected to be a Spanish government agent. So for sure we suspect him. But which of the suspects can we rule out being present? I mean, we have one suspect that we can rule out being present, and that's Lord Harris. But is that the answer? Is he the only one we can rule out, or are we supposed to be able to rule out others? Is anyone else anyone else even bother to give us an alibi? I'm not sure any of them gave us an alibi besides this guy. We've got his alibi from this talk he gave. Maybe that's our only answer. No one else is at this talk, right? I know that girl's following him around. But she's not mentioned being here, right? Well, is anyone in the chat? And if so, any other ideas about anyone else we could rule out? Because I don't see anyone to rule out other than Lord Harris. She gets in a carriage outside her hotel, midday. Shadowy figure in the vehicle. That doesn't really help us. Should we check if other documents are missing? I think I did. Check. But we can check again. So let's see. Watson's summary, Mycroft's note, Lestrade's note that came before the police statements. We got that. Map, times, 5 police statements, 5 portraits, index cards, handwritten note from George, diary extract from our Elsbeth girl, who's obviously doing something bad. Alvarez says he's in the park looking at horses, but I don't see any other information that helps us. I mean, this newspaper is the day after, so if anything would have information that would give them an alibi, it's here. But I just don't see. I don't see any other information that we can use. Well, if no one has anything else, then we'll just open the next envelope. Let me just look at this again. Which of the suspects can we rule out? So we can only rule out one unless there's something we're missing, which certainly feels like there could be. And I don't see it. Why don't we take our break? And in the meantime, during the break, if you can think of anyone else that we could possibly rule out for in some way, let me know. Otherwise, we'll come back and we'll open the next envelope and see if we missed anything. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So the assignment for stage 2 is, quote, to figure out who of the suspects can we rule out of being present when Miss Jasmine disappeared. Midday afternoon, Friday, getting into a carriage with someone in it. The only person we can explicitly rule out is Lord Harris, because we can see the newspapers talking about him being at this meeting. I do think, however, that probably we can rule out George as well, for a couple reasons. We're told by the father that he found George sleeping, that George was sleeping when she disappeared. And we know that George didn't kill her and bury her body because she's clearly planning on running away. And this clearly couldn't have been written by George. George has very terrible handwriting. So that seems to me fairly clear then that George was not lying about being asleep. So that seems pretty conclusive to me that George is ruled out as well, though I'm not sure whether the game would consider that proof that he was ruled out. The only other thing to really double check is we've got this full article about this meeting. I just want to make sure no one else is at this Lord Harris luncheon. He got the statues, there's gold, he stole them. That's it, no mention of anyone being there. And you don't see you don't see Miss Otero or Miss Simmerton or Alvarez for that matter in the background, do you? Because that would be an interesting little subtle clue. I certainly don't see them. All right. I'm going to open the next letter, and having formally declared that Lord Harris cannot be our culprit because he was giving a talk, and George cannot be one of our culprits because he was clearly sleeping and didn't write this note, which is her sneaking out. All right, well, if anyone wants to speak up about that, you can speak up now. Otherwise, I'm going to open part 3. Let's see. We can get all this stuff organized. We could go to the hints instead of reading this. My gut feels like we should be able to, like the game seems like it's telling us we should be able to rule out more people, but I just don't see how. All right, so part 3 is thinner. Let's see. Yes, okay. It looks like there was only one person to exonerate. So I guess we were right in Lord Harris. Did you deduce who we could rule out of being the shadowy figure in the carriage? Holmes was far from solving the case. I observed the glint in his eye was shining brightly, which I know means the game remains afoot. His eyes were positively sparkling when he gave me a summation of what he knew. Watson, what a gallery of characters we have before us. Let us review them all, as they all have clouds of suspicion for us to consider. First, Miss Mary Simmerton. There is something beyond the mere embittered crone. Her apparent attempt to rescue Miss Jasmtook into a life of wealth seems at odds with her means. Somebody else is providing the means for her to offer such a thing, and I know of one master manipulator who would sense and exploit her weakness. Then we have Don Alvarez. Could this be an affair of the heart? He certainly cuts a dash with his Homeric looks. It seems his masters in Madrid have commissioned his land-owning jaw in their service. How often, Watson, have we found our cases turn on a maiden's beating heart? A lady's first tentative steps in society could easily be swayed by, who many say is the most handsome man in Europe. And then Lord Harris. There is little doubt that this rogue will employ any subterfuge to satisfy his base instincts toward the fairer sex. The gossip of periodicals are full of his notorious conquests. How low could his depravity go? Oh, finally got a double-sided page. Then the most remarkable character, La Belle Otero. The most remarkable, I think Holmes fancies this woman. The brazen hussy admitted her interest in Miss Jasmtook. This Jezebel certainly would not let scruples hold her back. Does she really want Miss Jasmtook to play her sordid games with her? Her dalliances with the highest echelons of royalty place her in a danger she perhaps does not know. As Seneca reminds us, gravis ira regum semper, the anger of kings is always severe. And we must not rule out George. His character is curious. Where has he gone? How can he hope to find Miss Jasmtook? Perhaps he knows something. We cannot rule this man out, though we have not a scrap of evidence to tie him to Miss Jasmtook's fight. And his demeanor does not suggest one of deep conspiracy. However, we know one of these shadowy figures could not have been present. Lord Harris was giving a polemic speech on the other side of town in the mansion house at the moment of the disappearance, which would have given him no chance to be there. Note the reporting in the Times of his speech was exactly concurrent with, and some distance away from, Miss Jasmtook stepping into the carriage with the mysterious silhouette. A new day, Sunday, 27 March, has arrived with a dramatic twist. Inspector Lestrade breathlessly burst into our quarters. He announced the astonishing news that Lord Harris had been savagely murdered in his Belgravia townhouse last night. His lordship appears to have been bludgeoned from behind by one of his Gazo statues, judging by the colossal wound to the back of his head. The entire room was locked from within. Thus the assailant then used the very same statue to break through the window and egress into the night. The maid stated his lordship was home alone and believed he later admitted a visitor to his rooms. Holmes, the press will be all over this case. Any help you can provide will earn my deepest gratitude. The plot just became much thicker. 1. Who does it appear was invited into Lord Harris's room on the night of his murder? 2. How do we know there was a third person present at the murder? 3. Who can we definitely rule out being at the murder scene? Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, if I had to guess, I would guess he invited her, who they're still pursuing. They haven't broken up yet. She is Spanish, and those statues, the gold statues, are stolen from Spain. So I suspect she's the one he let into his room. She killed him. But so I think the answer to one is Carolina Otero. But how do we know there was a third person present at the murder? That is new to me. We're going to have to find evidence of that. I'm not sure how to explain that. So we're switched over from Elsbeth to this murder now. All right, let's see what we got. We don't have that much evidence in this letter. We have a police report. We have a note, a receipt. Look at this, is pretty nice. A ticket, a sketch of the scene. Let's take a look at this. Sketch of the crime scene for Lord Arthur Harris. What have we got here? He's got a fire poker in his hand as if he was trying to defend himself. And then you've got a statue, a statue, a statue, and a statue thrown through, and they're just lying on the ground, it looks like. Fire poker. Was someone hiding in the fireplace? So I think he let someone into his bedroom, and then he's got some confrontation here. So bludgeoned behind. Okay, so hit from behind with the statue. The entire room was locked from within. The assailant used the statue to break free. So looks like combined room. The whole thing is locked up. Whoever did it jumped out. So is he sleeping with the woman? He hears a sound. He comes out. He confronts this person with a poker, and the woman hits him on the back of the head and kills him. Then they throw the statue out, and the two of them escape. That's not proof of anything. It would make sense, though, that he's got his poker threatening whoever's coming out of the fire pit. Alternatively, he's approaching the door. I don't think so, though. Why are these statues all on the ground here? Did someone break in to steal the statues? Is that what's happened? But then why would they leave them? All right, let's put this aside. Let's read this police report. Okay, Lestrade sounds like he's found George. George appeared rather shaken when I began my inquiry. I asked him to account for where he had been. I've been worried something fierce, heard tales. All them no good folks round these parts. My sweet Elsbeth, she's in danger. She loves herself some trees, you see, always finding peace in 'em. Thought I might find her strolling in one of those parks. He paused, wringing his hands. as he looked around, seemingly overwhelmed by the bustling London atmosphere. Went and found me a grand park, but Lord, it was brimmin' with folks. Got myself turned round and lost in there. Took a spell. The night came and I ain't know my way out. So I took to restin' there right under them trees. My Elsbeth would have done the same, I reckon. I noted the distress evident in George's voice. Come mornin', a kind fella, God bless him, saw my plight. He done showed me the way out and even walked with me all the way back to this here spot. Grateful to him, I am. I don't think this is, I don't think there's anything in here. We went to the trees. She likes trees. That's all we got from that. Here's Don Alvarez's statement, who I think might have been breaking in. Dear Inspector Lestrade, I write to hereby refuse a further interrogation by the Metropolitan Police. This abominable treatment is beyond decency to a Spanish gentleman. However, I must declare that whilst my animosity for the late Lord Harris was fulsome, please recall a gentleman would never strike another from behind, as reports of his death suggest. I will forever be denied the honor of facing him in a duel. But to leave no doubt, I enclose my bill from my supper that night across town, unassailable proof that I have nothing to do with this incident. I hope now I will be entirely exonerated and freed from any further association with this scandal. I remain your humble and obedient servant, Don Alvarez. So here's his bill. 2 cream of barleys, roast squab, sauté of chicken lyonnaise, and 2 creme brulees. So he was eating with someone. We don't know who. He had creme brulee. That locks him into a specific window of time because the creme brulee is exclusively on Saturday evenings at the 9 p.m. sitting. So we know he had a full dinner, Alvarez +1, full dinner, Saturday, 9 p.m. sitting. How long did that last? We don't know. Maybe an hour. They drank, they ate, they had dessert. That's going to take him some time. Who is he eating with? And then what's this? Watson, you may be aware of my experimentations with the recent fad for capturing image and sound. Indeed, I'm sure you may recall I composed a small monograph on the subject, which has advanced the science considerably. Please decipher my cryptograph below, and you will receive an audio account of my visit to the scene of our crime and a motion pictogram of my interview with Miss Otero. Decipher my cryptogram. All right. Well, we're going to take a look at that in a minute. Let me just see what the rest of this stuff is. What is this? Do we have another statement? Yes, we do. This is going to be someone's proof, probably. Okay, let's see what Simerton says. Holmes left me a note that he was out on the hunt, but asked me to seek out the curious Miss Simerton. I should note that on my journey, I came across a well-dressed gentleman who was positively wailing in despair. To my shock, I recognized the man as young Kinnersley from my Oriental service. You could not imagine a steadier hand in that ghastly retreat to Kandahar. Now this miserable wretch was dishonoring himself on Pall Mall. I was embarrassed for this most unedifying outburst and went to him to try to quell his disgrace. It seems our Miss Otero has driven another suitor to insanity. His lamentations were pitiful. She's putting an ocean between us and says even that is not enough. After all we shared, her baggage has already gone to Liverpool. I'm without hope. He did not even recognize me through his grief. I even appealed to the highest mountain of morality that I recall in moments of trial his old school. But even reminding Kinnersley he was a proud Wycomist was in vain. Alas, I had to hasten my vital commission. Upon my arrival at Miss Somerton's chambers, her maid, a woman of unyielding disposition, attempted to bar my entrance. Undeterred, I adopted a most cordial demeanor, drawing upon the charm and gallantry that has often served me well with the fairer sex. With a polite smile and a well-practiced tilt of my hat, I greeted the maid with a gracious good day. My initial efforts to engage her in conversation were met with stony silence, as she made a concerted effort to close the door firmly in my face. Undaunted, I shifted my tactics, and with a warm twinkle in my eye, began to compliment her on her impeccable attire, and alluded to the difficulties of working for a mistress who carried a notoriously disagreeable temperament. Slowly, her resistance crumbled like sandstone beneath a gentle stream. She began to divulge morsels of information about her employer and the curious events that had transpired within those walls. From the maid, I learned that Miss Simmerton had lately come into a sum of money, a curious circumstance considering she had previously been delinquent in settling her domestic staff's wages. The maid also mentioned that Miss Simmerton had met with her dressmaker, a meeting she was previously anxiously avoiding through some unpaid notes of hand. Curiouser still, earlier today, Miss Simmerton had received a letter that had drained the color from her visage. This missive, which the maid was not privy to see, had clearly perturbed her greatly. Earlier today. The most perplexing development came in the form of a gentleman caller who arrived at Miss Simmerton's door some hour before. The sight of this man caused her to grow even paler, yet she left with him and has not returned since. I think this is Moriarty she might be meeting with. The suggestion is he might be using her. I was granted access to her humble chamber, which bore witness to her financial destitution. I took the liberty of capturing a daguerreotype of her desk, for it seemed laden with potential clues, which I present below. So we took a photo. Let's see. Louis Vuitton. So, well, maybe that's for the dressmaker. She's got 2 overdue bills. Can we tell what they're from? Schenkers and Gallenkamp. Schenkers LIM. Is it like a limo? And then original Crown Mill, finest quality paper. All right, well, I haven't seen any indication that anyone's got some amazing drawing paper. What's this? Gravis Ira Regum Semper. The professor. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be Moriarty. Okay, Gravis Ira Regum Semper. Who quoted that to us? Was Holmes the one who quoted that to us at some point recently? And what did it mean? Someone in the chat will tell me, but yes, as suspected, she is dealing with Moriarty. She needs money from him. And what have we got here? She's got notepaper from the Claridge Hotel. That's awfully suspicious. Has she forged the letter that Elsbeth is supposed to have written? No. Is that the Claridge Hotel? No, it's not. There's the Claridge Hotel. And Elsbeth's note isn't on the Claridge Hotel. But what is it? What is it the letterhead of? Crown Mill. All right, we're going to encounter this paper at some point because she's got a stack of it and looks like she's got a magnifying glass as if maybe there's some secret codes written on it or something. Grabus era regum semper. I feel like we read someone quoted that to us very recently, but no one in the chat is helping me. So I guess I gotta look it up myself. The anger of kings. Oh yeah, that was the quote. I forget who told us about it. The anger of kings is always serious. Someone was it maybe actually it's kind of important because if it was one of our other suspects, that would be important, wouldn't it? Let's see if it's Miss Simmerton that said it or if it was one of our other suspects. That could be. If it's Simmerton, then it's not suspicious, but if it's someone else, let's see if it's Simmerton. Doesn't seem like it's Simmerton herself. Who did say it? Was it Carolina Otero? Huh. Not Caroline Otero. Someone gave us that advice. In what context? Where was it? Was it Holmes? Holmes quoted Seneca in the opening letter, says the chat. Well, that's unfortunate that it was Holmes. Let's see. In this section, you say, so you're saying we just read it and somehow I've forgotten it? Yes. Okay, boy, that's a little sad that we just read it and I remembered we had seen it, but it's embarrassing that we don't remember that I didn't remember that we had just read it. It's Holmes telling us about Bel Otero playing with men's hearts, and he says, hey, the anger of kings is always severe. Maybe you shouldn't be playing with rich men's hearts. Okay, but that's interesting. But I don't know why this guy is writing, why Moriarty is writing this to our girl. Although this girl, our girl Simmerton, she could be blackmailing others, but she's clearly working for Moriarty. Okay, thank you for that help. And she got a letter. We don't know. Now, what is this about? It's the Royal Adelphi Theatre for Hamlet. Seat E9 on March 26th. Nothing on the back. So we have no knowledge of how this would be of any use for us. Yet, at least. All right. Royal Adelphi Theatre. We can find that on our map, but we have nothing to do with that at this point. Miss Simmerton has recently got money. A gentleman caller came, scared her, and she left and hasn't returned. Okay, fine. Have we already read this? Yes, this is Don Alvarez refusing to be interviewed, but including his dining receipt to prove he had an alibi. Doesn't look fishy to me. Okay. I guess it's time to read this, but before we do, let me remind us what we're being told to figure out today. Who does it appear was invited into his room? How do we know there was a third person? And who can we rule out being at the murder scene? Who can we rule out being at the murder scene? I mean, George could be lying, so I guess we can't rule out him. Were we told when this murder happened? He's been savagely murdered last night, bludgeoned from behind, alone, believed he later admitted a visitor to one of his rooms. But we weren't told the time, huh? Well, that's a little weird. But how does this guy know this is going to exonerate him? Maybe Lestrade told him exactly what time he wanted him to account for. His supper last night across town. Did Lestrade tell him where were you at 9 p.m.? Is that how we know to give that alibi? I guess we have to do this. I'm not sure. I'm a little bit befuddled here about let's make sure we have everything. Watson's summary, theater ticket, restaurant bill, police sketch, that's the crime scene. Video, we haven't watched that yet. Letter to Lestrade by Alvarez. Watson's recollection. And a police statement. Okay, we have the police statement about George. And we have two One is by Simerton, which is Watson's recollection, I guess. And one is Watson's summary here. So feels like we have everything. I don't know how this ticket. No one's telling us when this murder was. Did I miss that somehow? Okay, maybe it's going to be here. Let's see what we can do here. So it's going to be some audio too, we said, right? Okay, let's listen to it together. Oh my God, look at the quality of that video from 1889. All right, let's see if we can listen to this together.
Today I have called upon our Mr. Jazemtuk and found a man much changed. The centripetal force of his personal tragedy has reduced him to a tender man, completely prostrated. Was it all my fault? I was too tough with her to protect her from this cruel world, he exclaimed. I gravely made him pledge that if I restored her, unharmed in short order, he must never ask her the particulars of her absence. He solemnly replied with one word, "Anything." Leaving him, I strode to the scene of the murder and sought out Lord Harris's staff in the hope of shining more light on this dark tale. His housekeeper duly provided, after a little coaxing, the illumination needed. She described how she had suffered under the weight of her master's devilish vices, which included luring young ladies to his residence. Once they were inside, they found the doors locked and themselves snared. Whether they welcomed or defied his advances, they left with their honor defiled. Last evening, she heard a lady arrive with a distinctly American twang. Driven by a mix of dread and curiosity, she could not help but lay her ear to the keyhole. What she heard was a confrontation, with Harris proclaiming, "Oh, no, you don't. You take the diamond, you pay the price. Ha!" And then a feminine scream erupting, a diabolical scene she heard so many times. But this time, a huge simultaneous eruption of sound followed. The shock was too much, and she fainted right there. Upon awakening, she gathered her wits and tried to listen again, hearing nothing but a gloomy silence, and after knocking on the door without reply, she fetched the spare key and came upon a harrowing sight. Lord Harris, lifeless, bathed in his own blood, with the window leading outside completely smashed. It appears our visitor's naivety has led her into a dreadful situation, but murder is murder. However, I have a nagging suspicion there's more to this than meets the eye. Always, Watson, always question the obvious.
That's a weird little ending statement that he makes. So American twang, that sounds like it's our girl, Elsbeth, who he's tricked into coming over. Unless it's another American. He says, you took the diamond, you're going to have to pay the price. And then Holmes gives this very cryptic statement about question the obvious. I think perhaps is it possible that what Holmes is trying to tell us to question is that Elsbeth is not as innocent coming over here to be tricked as we might assume, maybe Elsbeth is part of a plan to kill him. That's where our three people to another person comes in. All right, let's look at this high quality video from 1898.
You asked me about Lord Harris's murder? Well, I am not sorry. He was not a good man. I should be sad, you say, because he was my lover? Huh. Does a cat mourn the loss of one of the mice she plays with? You think I went there and lost my temper when I saw him with another? You heard the story of the graph. The story is wrong. I did not stop him from going to anyone else. I stopped him as he thought he was leaving me for another woman. 48 hours with the Belle Otero and he never looked at another woman again. No, of course I did not do it. Actually, I can prove it. I was at the theater. Here's my ticket stub. Did anyone see me? Everyone there would remember me. But I chose to go in disguise so I could enjoy the performance for a change. But even then, I'm sure somebody saw me. No man ever fails to notice me. Do I know where Elspeth is? Well, no. You heard I begged her to become my accomplice in breaking the hearts of the crowned heads of Europe? What a silly idea that I would share the stage. Though she has the knowledge that I know, and that every woman should know, women have one mission in life: to be beautiful. You asked me about Lord Harris's murder? Well, I am not sorry. He was not a good man. I should be sad, you say, because he was my lover? Huh. Does a cat mourn the loss of one of the mice she plays with? You think I went there and lost my temper when I saw him with another? You heard the story of the graph. The story is wrong. I did not stop him from going to anyone else. I stopped him as he thought he was leaving me for another woman. 48 hours with the Belle Otero and he never looked at another woman again. No, of course I did not do it. Actually, I can prove it. I was at the theater. Here's my ticket stub. Did anyone see me? Everyone there would remember me. But I chose to go in disguise so I could enjoy the performance for a change. But even then, I'm sure somebody saw me. No man ever fails to notice me. Do I know where Elspeth is? Well, no. You heard I begged her to become my accomplice in breaking the hearts of the crowned heads of Europe? What a silly idea that I would share the stage. Though she has the knowledge that I know, and that every woman should know, women have one mission in life: to be beautiful. You asked me about
knowledge I
Lord
have.
Harris's murder.
That's a little suspicious. Okay, let's not dwell on the fact that having this video from 1898 seems a little crazy. That's a separate issue. She has the knowledge I have. That makes me suspicious. And she's got this ticket as her alibi. And she says, someone is going to recognize me. All right, well, we don't have the people recognizing her, but this is one of these common things where it feels like no one would lie about an alibi that can be checked so easily. So we might want to consider that she really does have an alibi. So I think we're looking something like this, right? She's got her alibi of a ticket, and I think actually it's more straightforward. We don't have to make it too overly complicated. I think he really does have an alibi about eating at that restaurant with another guy, not our American girl. And what that leaves us is Elsbeth shows up at our guy's room, and who is planning to help kill him but Miss Simmerton, who is being exploited by Moriarty. So Moriarty is probably being paid by the Spanish to kill Lord Harris, and Miss Simmerton is under his thumb. And the only question then is whether Elsbeth is being accidentally Is she a naive naif that's come and he's going to kill her? No, I think she's helping to set him up. DJ Moneycut says, at the end of the audio, Holmes seemed to say there's more than meets the A. And wondering if that's a clue or a bug. That did seem like it's maybe a clue, because look at the message from Elsbeth. She says, I can't remember the pesky code. O is like this, and A is like that. So more than meets the A seems like it might be a clue about this code that we've not seen yet. But if we think Simmerton is being used by Moriarty at the heart of this, do we have that photograph of Simmerton's house again? I wonder if there's no sign of a code here, is there? The code looks kind of like flags. I don't see any sign of it, but there is writing material here. All foreign currencies must be paid within 3 days. Then here we've got paper. Paper and a magnifying glass. Almost like you're exchanging codes with someone. I feel like we haven't gotten the code letter yet. But then, is it really true that this says the desk is full of clues, but we don't really see any clues other than it's Moriarty? But maybe these are going to come in later, unless there's something we're missing on this Louis Vuitton box. Quote above number to duplicate. Okay, what is this? What is this? It's coins, it looks like. Louis Vuitton has got multiple shops. These are the addresses of the shops. Why are there coins on this box, this numbered box? Quote above number to duplicate. They're talking about this number. This is a Louis Vuitton something. Purse? Coin purse? And they're saying here's the model number of it. Unless it's a Louis Vuitton like stationery set. Ink pen. Got all this stationery. The other thing that's particularly odd is even more so than before, I don't know how to answer this question. Who does it appear was invited into Lord Harris's rooms? Okay, I think we know the answer to that, right? It's going to be Elsbeth. The American twang invited to her room. She was talking to him. He likes to get women. Okay, fine. Who can we definitely rule out? I think we can rule out Otero with her theater ticket. And I guess probably we're meant to be able to rule out on the same basis Alvarez because of his restaurant. But now, how are we, the question 2 is the tricky one. How do we know there was a third person present at the murder? And I guess our answer is that he was hit from behind and holding a weapon at someone. So that's the 3 people in that room. Okay. I think that makes sense. What about this seeing through the paper through the light? It may reveal something. I don't think so, but I also think it would be an improper thing. I mean, this is meant to be a photograph of this. She's come into money. Okay, well, I think I get it, though. I mean, I think it makes sense to me that it's these two. She got invited to his room, and that the proof of there being someone else in the room is that he's obviously facing someone who's coming in through the fireplace or whatever. And then one of them's hitting back of the head, and it seems like she's being paid to do it. But maybe he doesn't even realize. Not 100% sure, but I think we've got the alibis for the other 2 right here. And I think the clues from that photograph are just going to be for the next session, the next 4th and final part. Does anyone want to question that? Anyone have any objections to that they want to get on the record before I open the next stage up? So I claim that the answer to number 1, who does it appear was invited, is Elsbeth, because we hear the American twang come into his room. He says, I gave you the diamond, now you got to put out. How do we know there was a third person present? That's because he's obviously holding up this poker at someone, threatening someone, while someone else hits him in the back of the head. Now, the reality, though, is that that's not as conclusive, right? You could imagine he thinks he hears something, and so he's got the poker in his hand, and he's looking in the fireplace, and she hits him. So there's a way to do this where there's not a third person, but then who's making the noise? Seems likely that there's someone else that he's seeing, fighting with, whatever. Maybe even, I wonder if that audio didn't actually have a better, maybe we need to listen to that audio again just to confirm it.
Today I have called upon our Mr. Jazemtuk and found a man much changed. The centripetal force of his personal tragedy has reduced him to a tender man, completely prostrated. Was it all my fault? I was too tough with her to protect her from this cruel world, he exclaimed. I gravely made him pledge that if I restored her, unharmed in short order, he must never ask her the particulars of her absence. He solemnly replied with one word, "Anything." Leaving him, I strode to the scene of the murder and sought out Lord Harris's staff in the hope of shining more light on
let's
this
listen to this
dark
part.
tale. His housekeeper duly provided, after a little coaxing, the illumination needed. She described how she had suffered under the weight of her master's devilish vices, which included luring young ladies to his residence. Once they were inside, they found the doors locked and themselves snared. Whether they welcomed or defied his advances, they left with their honor defiled. Last evening, she heard a lady arrive with a distinctly American twang. Driven by a mix of dread and curiosity, she could not help but lay her ear to the keyhole. What she heard was a confrontation, with Harris proclaiming, "Oh, no, you don't. You take the diamond, you pay the price. Ha!" And then a feminine scream erupting, a diabolical scene she heard so many times. But this time, a huge simultaneous eruption of sound followed. The shock was too much, and she fainted right there. Upon
Just a whole
awakening, she gathered her
eruption
wits
of sound.
and tried to listen again, hearing nothing but a gloomy silence, and after knocking on the door without reply, she fetched the spare key and came upon a harrowing sight. Lord Harris, lifeless, bathed in his own blood, with the window leading outside completely smashed. It appears our visitor's naivety has led her into a dreadful situation, but murder is murder. However, I have a nagging suspicion there's more to this than meets the eye. Always, Watson, always question the obvious.
Okay, so I think all of my theories stand. However, one thing does occur to me. So she's got a secret note, but I wonder if that note isn't just telling her how to get to this guy's house or something. And I wonder if Simmerton isn't being... I propose that Simmerton is being hired, blackmailed by Moriarty, who's getting her to kill this guy. But I do want to amend that. It seems just as likely that Moriarty is hiring her to steal these golds, which is they're worth a fortune. And perhaps she's trying to come in through the fireplace, and our Elsbeth is not involved in this plot, but simply takes the opportunity to smash him on the back of the head and then run. And that seeing the murder, this woman panics and leaves. And then Professor Moriarty has come and picked her up the next day. Okay, none of those theories change my answers to these. But it is a different, slightly change in the theory, and it's going to depend on what Elsbeth says and what the secret code she finds. How many statues are we supposed to find? That's a great question. That's a great question. Let's see here. He says, I'd like to announce the Gezo statues shall be donated to the museum. The dozen gold statues, each weighing 30 pounds. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4. That's awfully interesting. Do you think that means that a thief has taken 8 of them out? That's a very clever question. about how many statues there should be. Well, it's a very clever question. It does seem like they're missing 8 of them. 8 statues would be 8 times 30, 240 pounds. You couldn't carry out. One person couldn't carry out 240 pounds. Is that right? 30 pounds? He says they're going to be donated. Each weighing 30 pounds. Could the little girl... Oh, that's a very good observation. That's such a good observation. That is so clever. Look at what DJ says. Could the girl have thrown a 30-pound statue through a window? Absolutely not. That is such a clever observation because we're told how frail she was. Someone specifically tells us, the Otero tells us how she watched this super frail girl. She noted how frail she was. That is such a nice, clever observation. Look at this comment here. We noted this. I said something like that. You see how fragile she is. While I saw she could barely lift her own chair, but her physical weakness will not hold her back. 100% she cannot have lifted it up and hit him on the head and could not have thrown it. So actually, this changes the theory for 2 reasons. She couldn't have thrown it through the window, almost certainly, but absolutely could not have lifted it above her head to kill him. So maybe that's the better explanation for why there has to be a third person. Because our girl, Elsbeth, could not have lifted it above her head to hit this guy. I mean, you could make the case that she could sort of carry it and just heave it through the window. Probably not. But there's no way she could hit this guy on the head with it. Like to lift it above her head, 30 pounds? Never, not a chance. Okay, so that's such a good question. That was so brilliant. Even though you didn't say, I have to say, I get the credit for pointing out she couldn't have raised it over her head to kill him. But that was implied by the brilliance of this question, which didn't even occur to me. Yeah. I mean, Marco asked a good question about why are there only 4 statues when there are 12? But I do think the absolutely key part of this puzzle, the key clue was essentially DJ asking whether our frail Elsbeth could have lifted the statue. And once it's clear that she couldn't, then she didn't throw it through this window. But even if she could throw it through the window, she certainly couldn't have lifted it over her head to hit him in the back. So maybe we have to switch this theory around that maybe he's chasing her, Elsbeth, with the fire poker, and someone else hits him in the back of the head. Yeah, this definitely concludes this part, for sure. We're ready to move on. Okay, but it's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Boy, was that an enjoyable clue. And really good work to DJ and Marco. I mean, that's that's exactly the clue you want in a game. Something where you have to put together the article talking about the weight, the description of her being frail, put those all together with the crime scene and realize our girl could not have done that. Okay, so we have our answers. Let's open up the envelope and see if we got everything right or if we missed anything. I will note that there's only 2 envelopes left, and this one presumably is just the solution. So we've got one small envelope left. Before we open this, let me ask you, what is your theory about Elsbeth? Because my theory, I mean, from what we can see, Miss Simmerton is under the thumb of Moriarty, and he's probably, and he's come and gotten her at the end of the current day. So she seems like she's probably involved in this. Could have been the third person. She's certainly strong enough to kill this guy with the gold statue. I suspect that she's our actual murderer. The part I'm not 100% sure about is the role of Elsbeth. Is she just an unwitting witness who was trying to leave her father to meet up with Harris? And he said to her, you know, you've taken the diamond, now you're going to have sex with me. Is that consistent with this note she wrote? I can't quite believe this is actually going to happen. He'll lose his mind. I can never return to America and go and be back within his grasp. She has to strike the iron to make it hot. I cannot bear it. The day is almost nigh, though I cannot seem to remember this pesky code. O is like this, A is like that. Why are they so similar? I mean, she's talking about some code word. She's getting into a carriage with someone. But critically, we know she didn't get into the carriage with Harris. So the question is, who did she get in the cab with? And is she agreeing to help rob and kill this guy? Or did she just go to his house to have sex with him? Or did he talk her into, like, you know, we're going to get engaged? He gives her the diamond and then he turns on her. A code to enter the house? No, I don't think so, because the person tells us that he let the woman in. She wouldn't need a code to get into his house. We can hear him talking to her saying, the maid heard him talking to her saying, you know, I gave you the diamond, now you got to put out. So, no, I don't think the code is about the house. I'm not sure what the code is. It could have been like a love letter. It could have been an invitation. Here's when to arrive. Not sure why he would write it in code, though. On the other hand, Holmes tells the father, hey, if I bring your daughter back, you got to forgive her. Obviously, he's not going to forgive her for murder. I mean, Holmes is not going to forgive her for murder. So that would seem to suggest that she's not involved in the murder. I want us all to get on record. If you had to guess, okay, I'm going to go on record and say that she's not involved in a planned murder. That the coded note would have been What if this woman wrote the coded note pretending to be from Harris and pretending from Harris to be like, I love you, let's get married, come run away with me and stay in England? That's going to be my theory. That she has forged a note from Harris to Elsbeth to trick Elsbeth to show up in order for her to rob the place that night. Presumably while he's having sex with Elsbeth. That's a bit of a stretch, but I guess you could put my hierarchical theory that she is not part of the murder or robbery. She's just planning to be with this guy. Marco says, but we know he gives her a diamond. That's a good point. If he gave her a diamond, he must have been planning it. But DJ Moneycut at least agrees with the theory that she's not a villain planning to kill him. Does anyone in the chat, there's 17 viewers, does anyone think differently that Elsbeth is really part of a plot to kill him? Hired by a Spanish spy, perhaps? And if not, what's your explanation for this coded message, which we haven't seen yet? My guess is that the coded message is going to be setting up the rendezvous. And it's maybe from Harris who's saying, but then who is she getting in the cab with? I know who she's getting in the cab with. This limousine company. I think this is a limousine company. Schenker's LIM. I think that's limo. I wonder if we couldn't even read. Can't really see any of that. There's nothing else on our map that gives us any clue to this, is there? Not really. Okay, well, no one else wants to get on the record, so we are going to proceed. Let's open up our next letter and see if our answers make sense. All right. Who does it appear was invited into the house? Elsbeth. How do we know there's a third person? Because Elsbeth couldn't lift the statue. Who can we rule out being at the murder scene? Both Alvarez and Otero. The final dash, it says. What a turn of events. Today, Monday, 28 March, leaves the thickness of this soup remaining impenetrable. Let us consider the questions we must solve. I wonder if we should be reading something else first. Page 2, page 3, page 4. No, page 1. Okay. Who does it appear was invited into Lord Harris's rooms on the night of his murder? Well, we have learned enough of the late Lord Harris to suspect, given the hour, it was likely to be a young lady whom he admitted to his chambers. We are aware of his dalliances with La Belle Otero. However, we must thank the maid for recounting in Holmes's audio that the visitor was a lady with a distinctive American twang. We must conclude that our absent American, Miss Jasmtook, is alive in the city and recklessly visiting Lord Harris at a late hour. What on earth can she have been up to? How do we know there was a third person present at the murder? The circumstances suggest our American fugitive, having found herself somewhat out of her depth, committed the gravest crime of all and assailed Lord Harris, striking him with a nearby Gezo statue that crushed the skull of Harris and caused his instantaneous death. No way. However, there are a number of indications that no such course of events could have occurred. In the first instance, it seems curious a decorated soldier would reach for a poker in the fireplace as a weapon to fend off the feeble Miss Jasmtook. But more importantly, indeed, we learned from Miss Otero that Miss Jasmtook is physically frail, and we read in the Times that a Gezo statue weighs more than 30 pounds, so it is impossible that she picked up the statue, then projected it at Lord Harris's skull. Someone else must have been there. The keenest observers amongst you will have seen that there were fragments of glass on the inside of Lord Harris's study. Why did we not notice that? Why did we not see this? We should have seen this. I mean, we can see it's been pushed outside glass, most of the glass outside. So maybe we would have written that off, but shame on us. How can this be? The window must have been broken from the outside. The fragments outside, and indeed the statue, look very much like a subterfuge to lead us away from deducing. I'm not sure I buy this part, but okay. From deducing there was a third party at the scene. However, we must conclude that the window was smashed as this third person gained entrance to the room. Harris must have reached for the poker in the fireplace for a weapon. He was too slow. The statue must have been hurled across the room, striking the pier a mortal blow. The third person then looked to cover up their presence by hastily throwing the glass and the statue outside. I don't love that. 3, who can we definitely rule out being at the murder scene? Well, first we must consider the question of strength. We know the Gezo statues weigh 30 pounds. Perhaps all of our suspects of the fairer sex could be ruled out. La Belle Otero, however, is known for her prodigious strength when her passions are inflamed, as observed in Holmes's index card. We can see for ourselves Miss Simmerton's muscular forearms, whose strength is confirmed by Harris's anecdote. We have no information as to the whereabouts of Miss Simmerton or indeed George. We do have 2 purported alibis from Miss Otero and Don Alvarez, yet tickets and receipts do not satisfy us. However, Don Alvarez may not have realized it, but his receipt for his supper at Claridge's Hotel shows he had the creme brulee for dessert, and the Times Review indicates clearly this is only available Saturday at 9 p.m. Yes, we noted that. Therefore, we know Alvarez could not have been at the scene of Harris's murder. I don't remember that. I mean, I know that's what we concluded, but I wish I could remember us being told explicitly when the murder happened. Does anyone remember us being told that it happened at like 10 p.m.? Yet we're still no closer to solving who's responsible for the disappearance of Elsbeth and indeed the murder of Lord Harris. I shall recount Holmes's summary of the situation. We know Miss Jasmtook remains within reach for now. We also know she's at her own liberty, given her visit to Lord Harris. The game is still afoot. Let us muse on our cast. Firstly, given the diverse motives of our suspects, I declare absolutely Miss Jasmtook's co-conspirator and Lord Harris's murderer are the same person. The question is who? Miss Mary Simmerton, up to her neck in mischief, her desk showing the purchase of a decadent Louis Vuitton piece is at noted odds with the overdue bills. The note on her desk portends that her penury has allied her with greater villains. perhaps the greatest of them all, Moriarty. I can, in fact, declare absolutely that given Moriarty's villainy, his recent association with the armaments industry, and your report of Miss Simmerton's rooms, Moriarty is directing Miss Simmerton. Can Miss Simmerton really have appealed to Miss Jasmtook's ambition to set her up as her own woman? We must hope not, as I foresee no such outcome if Miss Simmerton prevailed in her entreaties. Then Miss Otero. Can Miss Jasmtook have been tempted to follow Miss Otero into a life of ill repute? I cannot rule it out. The vicissitudes of female passion that can lie beneath may well have led Miss Jasmtook to hold Miss Otero's life in reverence, wholly naive to its depraved foundations. Holmes hates this woman. He hates this Otero woman so much. We must keep George on our minds. He does not fit the mold for masterminding such a conspiracy, but as I always say, nothing can be ruled out until the facts do so. Then Alvarez, at least, we can remove from our case. His chiseled brow fell short in its mission. However, I doubt Miss Jasmtook will remain within our grasp for very long. Just as Holmes was trailing off at the end of his summation, our rooms were invaded by the most frightful gaggle of wild children. Yes, it seems Holmes had availed himself of the Baker Street irregulars. These street urchins, who could get anywhere in a way a respectable gentleman could not, and were a frequent weapon in Holmes's armory. Well, they had spotted Miss Jasmtook. They had seen her with a head wrapped in disguise, walking smartly along the Strand. She gave our boy the slip by jumping into a passing hansom cab, but not before he managed to use his nefarious training in pickpocketing to filch a note out of her purse that may prove vital in our case. Holmes scanned the note and dashed it down. Aventura va llenando nuestras cosas mejor de la que acertáramos a desear. It's Spanish. Fortune is guiding us better than we could wish. Don Quixote, if memory serves. Big and my brother may be right, Watson. My powers may be waning. He flew past into his chamber as I absorbed the letter. The time was 5:30. Just 30 minutes to deduce all. We must now try and solve our great questions of the case and ultimately determine which of our 3 remaining suspects is behind the mischief. Where must we rush to intercept Miss Jasmtook's train, and who is her co-conspirator, writing in Spanish? Fortune is guiding us better than we could wish. Now, there's something interesting about that Spanish in terms, like, if we're not seeing her code message, are we to think that she has translated that, and might she be translating the O's and A's wrong? And in Spanish, O and A is often used to denote the gender of a word. Fortune is guiding us, nuestras. I wonder if that's a little bit of a clue that she might have translated this. It's an interesting idea. Okay, but we have one more piece of evidence. It's a single-sided sheet that looks like it's in the middle of something. Let's check our items and make sure we're not missing something. Watson's summary, 4 pages, and a letter extract. Okay. Is this not the letter? He scanned the note and dashed it down. Filched a note out of her purse. He scanned the note and dashed it down. Okay, so then what's this? Elsbeth, the hour is almost at hand. Your father, the police, even the great Sherlock Holmes, everyone has no idea where you are. But the time to rejoice is not yet. We must be free of this city to finally something back and be forever at peace. Taking Lord Harris's life will rest on my conscience, but his was a character unworthy of life. I have arranged everything and we must meet. Oh, there's the code. Concealed by the most cunning of disguises. All right, and we know how to decode 2 of those letters. At blank at 6 p.m. under the clock tower. Okay, so we're going to be able to decode that with the map. Okay, fine. Let's do that right now, just for the hell of it. So O is a flag left, and A is a flag right. So this word here is blank, 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 O, blank, blank, A. Is that right? No. Yeah, O is left and A is right. Okay, so 4 letters O, 2 letters A. And Houston S, that doesn't quite work. Probably a station, right? Ending in A. Well, the STA could be like this. Something station. So do we have a station that ends in O? Not Victoria. Waterloo, W-A-T-E, not really, not unless you abbreviated it. London Station, no. Uh, hmm. 6 p.m. under the clock tower. The clock tower, huh? All right, let me keep reading this for a second. At blank, at 6 p.m. under the clock tower, the station will be at its busiest and our train will leave shortly afterwards. Your favorite? Afterwards. Your favorite said, oh, your favorite quote said, Aventar, caso mejor. Let's see. Well, maybe we can translate this to Spanish. Okay. Well, so it's a station under a clock tower. This should be trivial for us. But perhaps I suppose this code could be different. It could be in reverse or something. Let's look at our stations though. Clock tower, but it doesn't say Big Ben clock tower. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. I mean Victoria. It's Victoria. There it is. Victoria. Victoria. And the chat has figured it out ahead of me. It's Victoria. Yes, it's absolutely Victoria. Okay. Well, that was pleasant enough. That's the right way to use a code. I wrote a whole essay recently about the best way to use codes in a mystery game. And the main lesson is to be very careful about it, to not put players through pain for no reason. But this is perfect use of a code. It's not punishing. It's not painful. It's kind of fun. It doesn't require you to do a lot of brute force work. Once you understand the idea, you can find it. That's actually very clever use of map and code. Okay, so we know the answer of where to find them. So we know the answer here. Where do we rush? And who is her conspirator? That's the part we're not quite sure about. It's certainly someone who knows Spanish, and we know that Simmerton is working with Moriarty. Is there a world where Miss Simmerton is not our person? It also doesn't seem to like that we've ruled out Carolina Otero. I'm not sure why. Seems like we should be able to find a witness putting her there. Well, I guess we should be translating this statement, right? As your favorite said, this person has written as your favorite said with a very upside down A. That seems suspicious. Hey, this is a handwriting. Do we have anyone else's? Can we match? The photos have not been signed by their own hand. And we don't have any handwriting of Otero. Do we have handwriting of Simmerton on her desk? No, we have Moriarty's handwriting. We also have these weird dots, like she's not hiding anything in these dots, right? No. Okay, let's translate this sentence here and see if we get something out of it. Oh, that's the part that got translated. We don't have to we don't have to look that up. That's the one piece. That was a weird statement here, but this is the piece that Holmes translated for us. Fortune is guiding us better than we could wish. And that's her favorite author is Don Quixote, a famous Spanish story. So has Alvarez lured her into it? I think that's it, right? Marco thinks it is George. No, it's not George. I think it's Alvarez. I think Alvarez has convinced him. Wait a minute. We know Alvarez isn't at the murder scene, but that doesn't mean he's not the person manipulating her. I want to read that one part where it said, whoever did this, did this. Someone set up and then covered up their presence. I mean, he's got a good alibi for not being there, so we know he didn't break in. He did not commit the murder. But could it have been this Otero? One of them, Royal Adelphi Theater. And where is his house? There's the Adelphi Theater. Is his house this mansion house? It's pretty far away. Oh, it's a weird situation here. Let's look at these cards again. She's a notorious Spanish courtesan. Cold heart. And can be very strong. Kind of odd that it doesn't want us alibying her from this ticket. I don't like that. I don't like why you've given us something we should be able to verify and told us that we can't, whereas this is the same thing. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Here's Simmerston. Simmerston says, I lose my mind if she ever strays into her abominable foreign tongue. I think this woman would never be quoting Spanish. She hates it. So I don't think she's writing these letters. Does Alvarez ever mention Don Quixote? Hmm. What does this sentence say? We must be free of the city to finally what? To finally relax and be forever at peace. To finally something relax. Boy back. Finally lay back. Finally lay back. Okay. To finally lay back, relax, and be forever at peace. Taking Lord Harris's life will rest on my conscience. Okay, so this is the killer. Okay, so this is key. That's something I missed the first time. This is very key. So I was saying, well, what if Alvarez is writing this letter, was not involved in the murder, but it was coordinating it? But this seems to say that the person who's writing this note was the same person who was at the scene of the crime. I've arranged everything. We must meet, concealed by the most cunning of disguises. Otero did talk about wearing a disguise at the playhouse. The station will be at its busiest, and our train will be shortly afterwards. As your favorite said. I guess I'm leaning towards Otero. As your favorite said. Where is the statement that is translated? Well, I'm missing a page. What have I done with the missing page? What is this nonsense? I'm just sitting here at this table. How do I lose things? How do you lose things at a table? I can't even reach to the edge of it. I have to like deliberately try to hide something to lose it. on earth? A full-size piece of paper. How do I lose it? Oh, Jesse. Ridiculous. Fortune is guiding us better than we could wish. We do have this weird upside down A. Do we have any other writing from Otero or Alvarez? There's no picture of Don Quixote on her back. On her thing. She's given us a ticket to Hamlet that the game is telling us is irrelevant. Lay back and relax also has an upside down A. Does it? Finally, lay back and relax. You're saying that tiny A is upside down? All the A's are upside down? Is that right? You're absolutely right. Okay. We're going to find one of our people writes with an upside down A. Yes. Whose hand? Let's look at all the places we have handwriting then. It's not on their cards. These are all filled out by the same person. The index cards don't have handwriting sample. We have Elbeth handwriting. She does not upside down anything. All right, we are going to find someone's handwriting. It's surely not going to be, it's not on these. It's surely not going to be okay. Here's Alvarez. He doesn't upside down his A's. So I think this gets rid of Alvarez. Now, here's Simmerton. I don't really see her handwriting on that. Where are we going to find Otero's handwriting? Surely we're going to catch it if we can remember where we can just find Otero writing something. Let's see if we can't find it. Here's Watson writing something. Here's article where Otero looked furious. Could it be in her video she's got something? Or she's got... Tarot, Caroline. Spanish courtesan. Lestrade. George. Does George write? Oh my God. George writes his A's upside down? Oh my God. What? But what's the theory? That he's faking this? That he can really write like this? But he's faking writing like this? Wow. But all of his A's are upside down. Upside down A, 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 and here we are, upside down A. Wow. Yeah, surely. So as your favorite, it's someone who knows her well. So I was going to say, could it be that George just found her and rescued her? But no, because he's obviously plotting this long game. And we don't even, I guess, when this guy tells us how he met George, does he tell us how long ago it was? Because obviously, let's read it again. Over yonder is George, simple-minded, his loyalties as true as the sun, born into bondage, old ways stick longer, stumbled upon him on my property after his shipment and ill fate. Doesn't say how long he's been there, but I think that's it then. I mean, this is a lock. Especially when you add it to that little clue about the A. There's more than meets the I, but he says A. All right, well, that's some real teamwork, but I think I gotta give some credit to TJ Moneycut and Marco. Looks like we found our culprit. Conning this guy all along to get this daughter. But what's the idea? Was he sent here from Spain years ago? It's so bizarre. It's really a bizarre kind of case where he's pretending to be dumb for what? For years? then all of a sudden he's writing to her in codes and ciphers? Pretty bizarre. It's pretty bizarre. Right? I'm just having a hard time. I can see how these two would run away together, sure. But I'm a little confused about that he's now some mastermind. How has he orchestrated this whole thing so he could kill this guy? This is a weird. Is he the saboteur of the boat in the paper too? That's an interesting idea, isn't it? It's an interesting idea. He certainly doesn't meet the. It doesn't match this. But this is the USS Maine. I wonder. It's an interesting idea. So what's our theory? He washes up ashore a couple years ago. I don't think so, because remember, he should have arrived a long time ago. Very strange. So what is he's a spy from the beginning, and he's convinced Elsbeth that they're gonna come to England, murder this guy on behalf of the Spanish, and run away together. Boy, that's weird. I mean, I think it's a lock. This A is clearly the lock that locks him into it. It's just pretty far-fetched to see how he's been running this long con game. Let's see. I think it's all about love. He fell in love in the US. She teach him, but he plays dumb because of a racist father to stay with her. So is it your theory that he never planned to kill this guy? In London, she fell under Harris's spell, but he saved her and murdered him. That's a pretty good theory. That's an interesting theory. So you're saying, okay, so I said maybe he just stumbled on her getting attacked and ended up killing the guy. But then I said, no, that can't be the case because he's obviously written this fake handwriting. So right from the start, when she disappeared, he was plotting something. But you're saying, no, don't think of it that way. You're saying they were in love. They travel to London, innocently in love, and he's all the while pretending to be this illiterate person so that the father won't get suspicious or something, but she knows his true intellect. And then what you're saying is he really did fall asleep. She really did leave, entranced by Harris, by Lord Harris. And George wakes up. He realizes she's gone and he says, I got to go try to find her. He writes it in his bad handwriting. And he really does go looking for her. Figures out she probably went to Harris. Sees them through the window and smashes in, kills him, and the two of them leave. Yeah. So and then if we look at her message, let's put it in that context and see if it sounds right. She says, I can't believe this is actually going to happen. Daddy will lose his mind if I go away with this black man. I can never return to America. I can't bear it. The day is almost nigh. I can't seem to remember this pesky code. Okay. So she's running off with him. It's just weird that if she's so in love, planning to running off with him, if she's written this before she disappeared, why is she visiting Harris? That's a little bit of a weird part. You took the diamond, he said. Let me give another alternative theory. It's that they were in love, and it's not so much that she got under his spell and went for a night with him. It's that she met Otero, and Otero tells her, this guy will give you a diamond, and he'll try to get with you. Just take his diamond and drop him. And so Elsbeth, and maybe Elsbeth and George, figure out here's their plan. She's going to sneak off. She's going to pretend to be interested in Harris. She's going to get the diamond, and then she's going to leave, and the two of them are going to escape with the diamond money. But what happens is that this guy tries to attack her, and that's when George breaks in. That makes some more sense. So this woman did have a negative impact, and so did this woman. They're all telling her, like, just get the guy's money. Right? In fact, she says what advice she gave her, and it's consistent with that, right? She says, like, she told him, she says, I said to Miss Jasmtook, as I say to all of them, if you can't stop your heart, find money first. I was left with disgrace and penury and poverty. At least avoid one of them. So that's it. She's going to run away with this guy. Her father's going to disown her. She's going to be a disgrace to her family. So at least she's going to get the diamond from this guy. She just didn't count on him to attack her. And that's why he says to her, you got the diamond, now you got to put out. All right, I think we have it. Did they also make off with a gold statue as well? That's an interesting question. I think there's 8 missing statues, so I don't think they made off with 8 of them. I think maybe there were only 4 at his office. So do we think then that this woman, Simmerton, is just up to some completely separate schemery? She's not involved in this at all. Okay, well, I like it. I like the theory. Boy, we really had to talk ourselves into it, though. But, yeah, she is kind of a villain for stealing Harris's, trying to get the diamond and lead him on. But, I still can't get over how much Holmes doesn't like this woman. All right. Okay, well, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll read the solution. We'll see if we're right. Now I'm very curious. I'll see you in 8 minutes for the finale. Well, it's time for us to solve this case. I don't want to talk about it too much yet, because after we read the solution, we'll do our normal review and talk about it. But perhaps we should officially get on the record with our answers here. So the question we're being asked to answer, two questions. Where must we rush to intercept Miss Jasmtook's train, and who is her co-conspirator? And we have come to two answers for those. The first one, it's very clear to us. This says Victoria. We know that this is an A and this is an O. Talking about the train station, they're at Victoria Station. And perhaps Victoria Station is under Big Ben. All right. Now, the answer to the second question, who is her co-conspirator, we're very certain of that too. And the biggest clue there, in fact, the central key sole clue, is that the person who's written her this note about where to meet up and that they're leaving and that it's my fault that Lord Harris's death will be on my conscience. This person who's written her note writes every A upside down. Here is the most obvious upside down capital A, but in fact, every A is upside down. Every A is upside down. And then when we go through our handwritings, there's one person whose A's are always upside down, and that is George. Upside down A, etc. Now, his writing is completely different. He's actually a very educated man, codes and ciphers and literature, but he's pretending to be illiterate. And we believe that these two of them are running away. Those are the answers to the questions, fine. And we think Simmerton is involved with Moriarty, but not involved in this case. The biggest piece of the mystery that I think we may not all be unanimous about is whether, when she met with Lord Harris, whether they were always planning to kill him, or whether she actually had a doubt, was smitten by him and was lost her mind for a minute. But I think we've come up with a very convincing case now that they went to this party, she met him, these women told her all about, hey, get the money from the guy, and this guy's a cad, he doesn't deserve you, you can use him the way this woman uses men and the way this woman got used by men, and she's giving her different advice. So I think that our answer is the two of them figured out she's going to go to his house, she's going to pretend she's interested, get this diamond ring from him, which is worth lots of money, which is what he always gives girls before he breaks up with them. But she thought she was just going to get the diamond ring, then the two of them were going to go off into the sunset. At least they'll have some money. But what happened is she went to his house, and George went with her to wait outside. And then George heard a commotion that this guy was trying to assault her after he gave her the diamond. George breaks in, hurls the statue at him, kills him, and then the two of them run off. That's my theory. But does anyone have an ulterior theory? Is George's alibi of being asleep a lie? In this In this version of it, yes. In this version of it, the two of them go to Lord Harris's place. She's just supposed to go inside, get the diamond, come out, then they're gonna go away, leave town, where she can never come back. It's consistent with her saying, once I do this, he'll lose his mind. Once I go away with this guy. So the really weird part to me is this guy faking his illiteracy for God knows how long while he gets closer to the daughter. But maybe when this guy comes ashore, he's playing the long game. I still find it a little weird, but let's see. Can you read the final letter part about the murder of Harris? This can give a clue if the murder was planned out or not. You want the final letter part about the murder of Harris. Okay. Who was invited? Okay. The young lady who he admitted had a distinctive American twang. So she's alive and was recklessly visiting Lord Harris. What was she up to? Circumstances suggest our American fugitive, having found herself somewhat out of her depth, committed the gravest crime of all and assaulted him. But it's saying no, must have been some other things. You don't want this letter reread. You want the other one. All right, let me just go through this, though, first while I'm here. I declare absolutely Miss Jasmine Took's co-conspirator and the murderer are the same person. Okay, that's fine. All right, you don't want this one. You want the George one with handwriting. Can you be clearer? You mean letter 2, huh? I think I need you to be more specific about what you want me to go and get and read. And you can't say the one with the code. I don't know what came with what. Suppose I could look at this. You want to look at the one where the letter came with the code. You mean this one? And you want Watson's summary of this one? Part 2. Ink spilled. I don't know what you want to see. Part 4. That is the last letter. That's what we were reading. Part 4 is the finale. Part 4 is the finale. It's only this and the letter. Is this the letter you're saying you want to see? Capital A upside down. Yes, here's the letter. Final letter about the murder. This can give us a clue whether it was planned or not. It really doesn't. It says, taking Lord Harris's life will rest on my conscience. He was a character unworthy of life. That really doesn't tell us. Could also have been following her without her knowledge, broke in when things went south. It's possible. I like the idea that after talking to these women, she decided she's going to rob this guy of his diamond, talk him out of his diamond, and then leave. That's my theory. All right, we're going to read the solution now. We're going to read the solution, but you have a couple seconds to get on the record if you disagree with that, if you have any other details you want to add to your final subtle pieces of the story. We're all in agreement that it was George who was her accomplice and murdered her and was faking his illiteracy, but you can get on the record about whether you think she went off with him and left George, whether she hid from George, but I think George is going to be the other person in the carriage that she went with. So that's why I think George was in on it, but I don't think they intended to murder him. But we're going to find out. Here we go. The denouement, the final finale. Finally, we reach our denouement. Holmes grasped the metal of the case, of which I shall recount anon, but I was completely lost. How did you fare? Let us address the first question. Where must we rush to intercept Miss Jasmtook's train? The code indicated a major train station, which are all fortuitously detailed on our map of London. With 8 characters, we can reduce our search to just 2 stations, Victoria or Waterloo. If we assume each symbol represents a single letter, by lack of repetition, we could be confident of Victoria being the destination. And so we are sure we can see Miss Jasmtook battling with the code in her diary page, which confirmed all. Victoria Station was where we dashed. The second question is the thorny one upon which our whole investigation turned. Who is her co-conspirator? With Don Alvarez already ruled out, we're left with 3 suspects, Miss Otero, Miss Simmerton, and of course George. Let us examine each in turn. First, Miss Simmerton. It is clear her penury and bitterness led her to be in thrall to Moriarty. His interest in a bloody and protracted war on behalf of his armament sponsors was his stimulus to disrupt the significant figure of Mr. Jasmtook. Her disappearance, with the instructive note that the anger of kings is always severe, suggests she was failing to entrance Miss Jasmtook with her offer. However, the Spanish quote in the letter was proof she was far from her quarry. She noted abhorrence for everything foreign. That's what I said. Remember, she wouldn't have been writing in Spanish. She hates the Spanish language. Gives us certainty she was not the author. We could rule her out. Moriarty will exact his disappointment upon her. She succumbed to avarice, and the price she will pay is beyond our concern. Then La Belle Otero, her idea of making Miss Jasmtook part of her depraved lifestyle, seemed a viable motive. Her preparations to leave London, that poor Kinnersley relayed, fitted the course of events. Her native Spanish made the Cervantes quote fit. Yet crucially, her baggage was being sent to Liverpool, where the ocean liners only go to America, as per the Times article. Did we hear about her baggage being sent to Liverpool? Have I forgotten that? I don't remember any of that. Miss Jasmtook fiercely avowed she would never return to America in her diary. The land of her father's omnipotence, Miss Otero was not the key to the mystery. which only leaves us George, the simpleton servant. He clearly had great affection for Miss Jazzumtook, but perhaps we should consider a romantic attachment may have been formed between him and his mistress. If so, the segregation of their homeland would have made this romance utterly futile. But a chance journey to England, far away from such stratification, would prove a tempting opportunity to realize their young love. If we accept George has been acting out a grand deception as the compliant attendant, then all is possible. The elegant handwriting, the deft organization of the affair, all are explained. But the Spanish fluency? But of course we can deduce he is indeed a native speaker. Jazzumtook explained he was born into bondage in the Americas. We know he's just 2 years older than the 17-year-old Elsbeth. I missed his age. That would have been useful. But anyway, we also read in the world that Cuba banned slavery in 1886 with the penultimate abolisher was 13, where the penultimate abolisher was 13 years before in 1873. So the only place he can have been born a slave is Spanish-speaking Cuba. We didn't explicitly hit that, but we just assumed it was no big deal. The final confirmation, however, can be seen in the curious inversion of the letter A in his first note that carried through to his more erudite letter. A handwriting tick that could not be quashed. Proof that George is the co-conspirator. The drama unfolded as I describe in the epilogue, but jolly well done if you crack the case just like Holmes. Epilogue. With not only the case solved, but the world safe from an almighty conflagration, we can rest easy. However, many of the particulars of the case and the aftermath require some elucidation. Allow your eyes to arrest from their recent toil and deduce this cryptographic symbol. Listen to what transpired. I implored upon Holmes to read out my final notes upon the case to which you richly deserve to hear. You may also enjoy some well-earned repose from your investigation by casting your eyes upon the historical footnotes enclosed. Alas, it is time for me, Dr. John Watson, to return to my oft-neglected medical practice. But before I return to the mundane, I beg of you a small favor. This entire case was pieced together by some humble enthusiasts of our peerless consulting detective. It is their debut in attempting to summon the language and feel of my own tracks documenting the great man. Whilst their ardor is not in question, they anxiously would like some feedback on this set of papers to ascertain, to put it bluntly, if the whole thing was any good. Should they carry on attempting the impossible of giving new life to Holmes in this format? Were there frustrations in following the great man that caused consternation? Alongside listening to the epilogue, there will be a medium for delivering feedback on the game. This can be as terse or detailed as you desire. Any observations on this game will be greatly received. Okay, and then before we look at the epilogue, let's look at some historical footnotes. We've got chronology notes. A note on this woman, Caroline Otero, was a real person, one of the greatest examples of a long-forgotten fixture in society at the time, the courtesan. Often came from humble beginnings, found some fame on the stage. They bypassed the conservatism of the time to attach themselves as mistresses to the very top of society. Belle Otero was the dazzling siren of Belle Epoque. Her ruthless attitude to Lord Harris and poor Kinnersley is entirely in keeping with her whole life, and a most remarkable one it was. Okay. She saw men as playthings, half the crowned heads of Europe. Then a little footnote on the Spanish-American War. Okay, let's take a look at this epilogue and see if we get answers to the questions we wondered about. Okay, so there's the full text here. That's nice. Or we can listen to the audio. I guess we're going to listen to the audio together. 11 minutes.
The epilogue. As the sound of Holmes's apparent industry came from his room, I fully grasped the grim reality we faced. We had time to go to just a single station, and to err was to miss our quarry, whereupon they could be lost forever. Holmes emerged mere moments later, but I could only have known it was he as I saw him enter his room myself. Of course I knew Holmes as a master of disguise, but I remained incredulous at his transformation. He had no time for make-up nor for masks. His beaten-up clothes alone would barely have deceived any observer, but he had completely reshaped his entire skeleton. Now I saw before me a hopeless beggar, with the signs of vice clearly visible through a misshapen spine and a game leg. Fagin himself husked at me to fetch him my service revolver and to hail a hansom cab with urgency. The cabbie's reluctance was only qualmed with my production of a sovereign. "Victoria Station," shouted Holmes. "Another sovereign if you get there in 15 minutes. My heart filled with glee at Holmes's brazen confidence over our destination, and I pleaded with him, to no avail, for his reasoning as we flew across London. We arrived at Victoria, where Holmes bid me to stay with our carriage. He limped into the throng beneath the clock tower. As I assessed the crowd for Miss Jasemtook and any one of our suspects, I could see nobody likely at all. There was one dark-skinned gentleman, but you could say he was the antonym of George. Immaculately dressed, with a firm stride, presumably a dignitary from one of our colonies. As for Elspeth, there was nobody close to resembling a lady in sight. I was rather taken with a rotund shoe-shine boy who declined a commission. He must be doing something right to eat so well. Good to see a boy who knows his worth, but bigod. In the blink of an eye, Holmes was hustling the portly ragamuffin and the dignitary towards our cab. 221B Baker Street, please. I was dumbfounded. Only because I knew it to be true. I could see the servile George had risen into a formidable man. Holmes had my revolver pointing straight at him as he tried to soothe the erstwhile selective shoeshine, who, of course, I now saw was the fugitive Miss Jasemtook. "How the devil did you work us out, Holmes?" demanded George in a far more polished voice. "We have a great deal to discuss, but I will tell you this. You, George, are a finer impersonator than any thespian who ever took the stage." As Holmes and I returned to our Baker Street lodgings with our two captives, I was mystified as to the course of events. The flickering lamplight danced upon the faces of our companions, George and Elspeth, as if to add an ethereal glow to this most curious assembly. Looking upon our doom-laden guests, it rather reminded me of when Binders, Fowler and I had been snared by our master on an illicit tuck-shop raid back in prep school. This little mirth rather tickled me, though the hour remained desperate. Holmes, however, in his usual composed demeanour, seemed at peace and calmly asked, "Perhaps, George, you can explain this adroit deception you have held for so many years?" "Well, I guess the game is up, and I can't pretend there is not some relief in laying down this charade for a little while." His simple English transformed into a polished voice. "I was born a slave in Havana, but I fell upon the best master a man could hope for. He saw there was something to me, and got me the finest thing he could bequeath, an education. He was a seafarer, and we went a-trading all over. Then one day we hit the most awful storm you ever could believe, as though hell itself had turned from fire and brimstone to wind and water. Our ship was smashed on those waves, and I never learned what happened to all the others. I came to on some driftwood, and for days and nights I drifted on the ocean, passing in and out of insanity with thirst. I finally washed up in Virginia. I was petrified. I'd heard how people like me were treated there, abolition or not. I decided my best defense was to play the slow and loyal servant. So docile I became. I thought to somehow find my way home one day, but instead I found a reason to stay. "Oh, George!" exclaimed Miss Jasemtook. "Why we were so close! And now I cannot bear knowing our plans are in ruins. This last year George and I have been blessed by the deepest love. But if my father ever got inkling of such an attachment, our hopes would be dashed beyond repair. So we resolved to wait for Providence, and Providence took us together away from my father's fiefdom for a chance. We realized we could not flee together, and where to? We knew nothing of this land. I exchanged some jewels so I could hide in another hotel, whilst George figured out our plan to flee. Father had remarked his business may be resolved very quickly, so we could not afford any delay. At the ball, I resolved to compile a medley of suspects that could be involved in my flight. What a room of predators! "I surmise you are heading for Spain?" interjected Holmes. "George's fluency in Spanish, and also the very place your father and his agents could not penetrate, given
So
the
she
coming
went to
war."
another hotel to wait.
Why, yes, it was to be the greatest life. Mr. Holmes? My father never let me even leave our estate. He would never rest if he found I'd gone with George, but we reckoned even he could not get to Spain with the coming war. Well, Miss Jasemtook, my interest here is not to catch thieves and murderers, but to prevent two kindred nations from coming asunder. But first, one thing that I cannot reason is why you were at Lord Harris's house the other night. Well, we needed money, and George always said Providence would provide. So when I heard how Lord Harris gave diamonds to his favourite gals, and I made him dazzle a little, well, I thought fate had provided. But when I saw the depravity seep out of his pores as he gave me the diamond, well, I have a lot to learn about men, I think. George had sensed the danger and tracked me, and he saved me. He said to cover up that anyone else was there, so we threw the glass back through the window, and the statue to go with it. Confusion would reign for those attempting to solve the course of events. But, Holmes, you must tell me how you knew it was George, and not the others, I insisted. My dear Watson, Holmes began, his keen eyes focused on the pieces of evidence before us. Allow me to elucidate the deductions I have made in this perplexing case. Whereupon he proceeded to showcase his logic that I revealed before. But, Watson, I should have seen all straight away. The Times newspaper carried the precise phrenological features of willpower that George has so admirably displayed, and his skull was described exactly, concluded Holmes, shaking his head. And Holmes turned to the young couple, his eyes piercing with a sense of duty and concern. I cannot allow you to flee, he declared, his words resonating with gravity. The blood of the two great Anglo-Saxon nations is at stake here. He continued, his voice unwavering. I could easily summon the police, and George, you would undoubtedly face the gallows. However, I propose an alternative course of action, one that will spare you both from the ignominy of a public disclosure. Instead, I shall return you both to Jasemtook, and all shall be forgiven. Holmes then turned his attention to Miss Jasemtook, his tone softening. Elspeth, you will find your father a changed man after this shock. His love for you took the form of protection, and now he will realize you must be nurtured. Miss Jasemtook nodded thoughtfully in response. You are young and in love, Holmes continued, his voice tinged with understanding. Return to America, my friends. Await the commencement of the coming war, and if your hearts still beat as one, keep this ruby, George. He reached into his pocket, producing a crimson gem that sparkled in the lamplight. It was pressed upon me for resolving the Westphalia affair, and it may one day serve as the key to unlock your elopement when the price will not be a catastrophic turn of world events. After successfully delivering, Miss Jasem took back to her father and ensuring that he remained true to his pledge to never question these days of absence. Gratitude poured forth from the relieved Mr. Jasem Took. Holmes, ever the enigmatic figure, declined the accolades with his characteristic modesty. "It was not I who deserves the credit," he insisted. "It was America's loyal friend, England, who restored her." As we returned to our Baker Street apartments, Holmes, never one to rest on his laurels, shared a parting thought. "Watson," he said, his eyes filled with foresight, "if there is one thing I can glean from this case, it is that my studies of phrenology must be tireless. Mark my words, 100 years from now, all cases of mystery will be solved with a mere pair of calipers deployed around a cranium."
Okay. Nice, generous epilogue. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do our normal thing. I hope if you've stuck with me this long, you'll stick around for just a little bit longer. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we're going to come back and talk about the case, the experience, try to give a little constructive criticism, talk about the good parts, the bad parts. I'll see you in 3 minutes. We are back for our final thoughts here. Let me see if anyone is still with me here. YouTube says 18 concurrent viewers. So someone is got this on in the background while they're sleeping. All right, let's hear what everyone thinks. DJ Moneycut says, fun case, good team effort. They should make more. Okay, while I'm waiting for you guys to chime in, let me give some thoughts here. I think the bottom line here is that this is good stuff. They should absolutely keep going. They've absolutely done a good job here. And, you know, it's not perfect. It's got some rough edges. It's got a couple things that are just a little jarring. That video recording of Otello, the woman that looks like it was filmed on a 4K camera last week, is totally unnecessary, as was the little statement of Holmes on that multimedia. So there's one internet page required for this case. Because you need to hear that, and it's only in multimedia form. That's a mistake. Though you should just provide those two clips as transcripts. Now, I get wanting to experiment with doing some multimedia and thinking that, well, people like to have some multimedia. I think the people who are playing these Sherlock Holmes games don't need that. And so that's the first thing is, it's crazy to only have those available online. That means the minute your website goes down, people can't play this game because they can't get those documents. At the minimum, you should be including transcripts of those two discussions. And then if you wanted to have multimedia also available, you can say, okay, click here. You could also listen to the audio version of it. That actress did a fine job. She did fine. She looked the part, but it just was a little jarring. And I think the same could be said about the AI art here. I am not against the AI art, but it's a little jarring that like half of it is photographs of real people, and then occasionally we get this AI art. So it's a little jarring, but not functionally a problem. The separating into acts with the different envelopes worked just fine. The questions asked were reasonable. They did make you think a little bit. I think I would, you could nitpick about a couple of these things. There were some weird decisions. The decision to make the woman's ticket to the play not a real alibi, it's a little weird. Like, just don't give us her ticket, which she says you could go verify because people will recognize me, if you don't want us to treat that as an alibi. That's a little weird. And then there were a couple pieces here that felt like either we were overlooking something or there was something missing. For example, I can't remember being told when the murder happened, and yet here was the alibi for his 9 p.m. slot. So we just assumed that the murder happened at 9 p.m. But it's a little odd that I can't remember us ever reading that. That's not supposed to be a mystery. It's not supposed to be a hidden clue. Like, the hidden clue should be us figuring out when the dinner must have been served, which we did. But it was weird that we found that, but we couldn't find anything actually telling us when the actual murder occurred. That's a little weird, but maybe that fault is on us. And then same thing within some of the epilogue, it told us, Otero was taking a train to getting her bag sent to this station, and I couldn't remember us reading that. Now, maybe we did, and I just can't remember it. So I don't want to fault it for that. But a couple of hiccups that are a little unusual. We don't normally encounter those kinds of hiccups. These games are very notoriously difficult to play test, though, and for a first effort here, I think everything is better than could be expected. Now, all of that being said is before I talk about how great those couple subtle clues were. And for this channel and for me, really, that's why we play for 5 hours. We play for 5 hours so that we can get to that, so we can have one moment where we spend 10 minutes discussing something and really chewing on it. And there is no better feeling in these cases to sit there and say something, you can feel something's missing in your theory. You can feel like your brain is telling you, you're tingling, like something's not right here, but I can't put my finger on it. Or we've got sort of half a theory and we can't quite wrap it up. And one of the things that this case did really well, and I think is underrated, is that a question seems like it leaks information, but it's really prompting you to solve something you might otherwise overlook. And I think that's sort of a novice mistake. I could see when I was writing a case, I was like, well, I have to phrase this question to not give anything away, right? Like you might say, like, who was the murderer or murderers? And you might think as an author writing a question, that's good. I haven't given them any clue when I ask my question whether there was one murderer or two. And that's sort of like the first stage of thinking as an author of a mystery. But the deeper stage, which is done here, which was a perfect example of it here, because here it said, how do you prove there were more than one person there? And you might think, well, that's leaking information. Maybe you should challenge the player to figure out whether there was one or two. And you might think that that's a good idea as an author. But really, when you do that, what happens is a big chunk of your players, that won't have occurred to them. And when they read it and read that there was two, they will have missed the whole enjoyment of it. And for the players that were going to find that on their own, you're really not stealing anything from them to put that question in there, because they were going to find it anyway. So the fact that it asked us, how do you prove that there were two people there, really created a pretty great moment. Because, and another example of why you need multiple people to play this game, because when I looked at that scene, I said, well, you know, he's got this poker in his hand and he was hit from behind. That must mean there were two people. One he was facing, trying to hit, and one behind him. Which is fine, a valid way of thinking about it. But what was wonderful is we knew enough to spend more time chewing on this, thinking about who was it. And the game was very well done in that we had multiple suspects. And what was that wonderful moment here was when we realized, wait a second. If you combine these three pieces of evidence that we read and picked up on, that Elsbeth is frail, which one person said in their statement, the statues which were used to kill him were 30 pounds heavy. We read that in another statement. And one of the statues was used to hit him on the back of the head. We read that in a third statement. When you put all those together, you realize, holy crap, this girl could not have killed him. There's no way she raised a 30-pound thing over her head. That was a wonderful moment. And not every game gives you that. Not every mystery game gives you the opportunity to have those wonderful moments when you manage to pull three things together. And you could see if you watched us do it live, it sort of took multiple steps. It took us lingering on here. It took DJ saying, could she have thrown it through the glass? And then we had to go from there to realize, wait a minute, not only couldn't she throw it through the glass, she couldn't have killed him. That was a pretty great moment. Now, we didn't see everything, the little glass on the inside. I think that's probably a little too subtle a clue. You could just as easily make the case that when you throw something through, most of the glass goes outside, a little bit of it goes inside. So a little subtle, but no complaints from me here. And then this game actually gave us 2 of these. The other gift it gave us was the upside down A's. And I would even go so far as to say that was a very well done, enjoyable clue. And it was done well enough that even though narratively I really resisted it, it felt to me like, how does George fake being literate for so long? But it was so clear that the upside down A's, it was done like, that's exactly what you want of a clue. Like, if you figure it out, you should be able to see it. There should be no doubt. And that's what it was. It was every A was upside down, and every A was upside down in George's letter. And once we saw that, we knew it was George. But that was actually very deftly done too, because when you first get George's letter, and when you get George's letter, it's not that obvious that his A's are upside down. It's pretty subtle. It's pretty subtle that his A's are upside down here. And he's illiterate, so you don't think anything of it. That's very clever, actually. But when you know to look for it, you find it. But then the other part that's so clever is this letter. The A's are upside down, but you know what? You don't notice them in the script. But what did the authors do here? They said, look, we're going to do 2 things to give the players the best shot at this. First, in that Holmes thing, he says there's more to it than meets the A. That was a hint that stuck with us. But the other thing was this big upside down capital A. This happens so often. It's really, you play these mystery games, you find yourself going, it's an upside down A, weird. And then you spend a second trying to figure out what it means. And then you go, I don't know what it means. And it's only those of you, it's only the patient, it's only when you sit there and say, wait a minute, we must be missing something, that you come back to these. And it helps to have multiple players, because this was a group effort, but without the chat, I would have missed all this. But it happens so often that you get something like this and you just say, it's weird, but maybe it's nothing. It's like real life. It's weird, but it's nothing. The period's low. It's weird, but it's probably nothing. And some of the times it's nothing. And the other times you say, wait a second. Do it procedurally. Ask yourself, okay, we've got a note from the killer. And then as we chewed on it, we said, you know what? We've got a note from the killer. Can we match this up with someone's handwriting? That was the first instinct, but we couldn't because we had so little handwriting. And George's note was in a completely different hand, but then we get a little deeper and realized the upside down A's, and then George's upside down A's. That was a wonderful moment. I've written a whole big essay about the use of codes and ciphers, and early on, we find Elizabeth is mentioning a cipher, and she talks about an A looks this way and E looks this way. And I've written a whole big long essay about proper use of ciphers in games. And it's one of the things that novice mystery game writers do poorly. They make a cipher that takes an hour to decode, that's not fun, that's not pleasant, that doesn't involve any deduction. And this is exactly the kind of thing you should do. Because we learn early on that's an A and an E, or an E, an O and an A. And then once you get here, you say, okay, I know that's an O and an A. I don't know what any of these are. Nowhere in the game is it showing me to them, but then you think, maybe that's enough. Maybe just knowing that there's an O and an A at the end, we've got a map, maybe we can figure out what it is. If anything, I think maybe they overkilled it a bit, because really they didn't need to say station and they didn't need to say under the clock tower, but that was enjoyable. And then the last thing I want to say in terms of praise for the mystery, the clues here, is the other thing that this group enjoys doing is that when we spotted the A's and the A's on George, we knew the answer to the questions. This is more advice to players. At that point, we knew the answers to the questions. But we spent another half an hour trying to work out a theory for what actually was going on with George and Elsbeth. And that was another really good part about this story, which is, it threw me, because how is George pretending to be illiterate and he's writing these fancy letters with codes and ciphers and quotes and stuff? And I think it really made us come up with our best plausible explanation, which had George and Elsbeth in love. And then we spent a good chunk of time trying to figure out, did they plan to kill Lord Harris? Was it an accident? Did Elsbeth go on her own? Did they both go there together? And that's a really enjoyable psychological element to solving these kinds of cases, when you get to spend time figuring out the psychology of the players. That is really an enjoyable aspect to these games, which you don't always get. Now, I still find it a little weird, although the epilogue gave a plausible reason that George is like shipwrecked and he's afraid if he comes into the US, showing that he's some educated black man, maybe they're gonna not like that. So he's putting on airs to be illiterate. So actually, not bad. Anyway, point is, really well done. I was worried at times that it wasn't going to be. I think I'll make another suggestion here. In addition to the website multimedia being totally unnecessary and should have been transcripts in the box so that you're not dependent on the website, what you might consider doing, this has got the hunt-a-killer formula for opening envelopes, which is, here's some questions. Questions were good. Here's some questions. When you think you know the answers, open the envelope to read the answers. That's not ideal, especially when a case has got some tricky stuff in it. It's not ideal because you're not giving the players a second chance if they're wrong. And that's a shame. So if you're going to go to all the trouble to make a website, my suggestion is that the unlocks for envelopes ideally would be done online. Ideally, you'd go to a page and it would just say, what's your answer for part 1? In this case, they were all suspects, so you could have just had a drop down. And if the player gets it wrong, you could say, no, try again. And then if that website's not available, it falls back to this system where you get to open envelopes. But it would be sad for a group playing this to not be able to guess, because we were pretty close to guessing different people, and it would be a shame. It would be a loss for a group to think they know the answer, to guess, and to just have the answer given to them. It would be much better to have a website where you could choose the answer, or some kind of analog version. Maybe we need to work on this, come up with a better way for questions to be answered and for you to check the answer without revealing what the answer is. Check if an answer is correct without revealing it. And other than that, I hope they make more. I think they are going to make more of these. We'll see. Let me check back in with the chat after talking for an hour. Good case, maybe leaning towards easy, especially in the beginning. The misleading political motive was a good red herring, as was Moriarty's involvement. The build of Moriarty's accomplice made her a possible murderer until the very end. Good old handwriting nailed the culprit, led us to a logical conclusion and coherent theory. Few details eluded us, but not all of them could have been known to us. I still find the code unnecessary, but bearable. I think it's better than bearable. I think it was good. What a tender heart, Holmes. Listen to the recording discussion. Good job, everyone. It was fun. And Martinez has stopped by. Completely missed this playthrough. Planned to join, but miscalculated the time. Hope you guys had fun. We did have fun with lessons to learn. Okay. Well, I had fun. I had fun talking about it. Lots of good stuff here. The authors should be proud. I really actually appreciate that 11-minute epilogue. I do think it's tricky. Occasionally these super long epilogues wear out their welcome. I thought it was done well here. The voice acting wasn't always the best. There was some weird scenes weird audio when we talked to the father, but I thought the epilogue was actually done pretty well. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the notes, the footnote stuff. I'd say this is a very well done case. I really appreciated it. If they make another one, we'll play it here on the channel. Okay. Thanks everyone for joining us. Martinez, great to see you. DJ gets MVP for this session for figuring out the thing about the statues. Good team effort. For the rest of you, we will be playing Dear Holmes again on Sunday at some point, and we'll be doing our sci-fi marathon over the course of the next 2 weeks. Some of those I'll try to give some advance notice of. Some of them we'll just do a late night unannounced live stream. I'll see you guys next time.